You're on mute.
Yeah, would be good if I didn't kick myself out of the meeting. So, 1 second. All right, Madam Mayor, we are now ready.
Great, thank you, Megan. Welcome everyone to our third public hearing for the transition from at-large elections to district elections for city council seats. It is the 1st of November and we're starting at 5:32. And we're going to start out actually with a staff report from our city clerk, followed by a presentation from Kimmy Shigatini. And then I will allow my colleagues to ask questions and then open it up to public comment. And when I do public comment, we will actually be going back and forth between emails that our city clerk has received. And then also then our public who may have questions. I will say, depending on the amount of people that raise their hands, I may be limiting comments to 2 minutes. I want to get as many questions in this evening. And so please don't be surprised if I do make that decision if we have a lot of hands raised. All right, very good. Why don't you go ahead, City Clerk?
Sure. Mayor and council members, I'm going to start with a brief overview of the city's work on the transition to district elections before handing it over to redistricting partners. To begin with, I think it's important, as we have some new listeners, to discuss the point in the process that we're in. So in January of 2020, the city received a letter from the law firm Shankman and Hughes. The letter alleged that the city's at-large election system violated the California Voting Rights Act of 2001. This letter alleged that the city's current voting system diluted the ability of Asians to elect candidates of their choice or otherwise influence the outcome of the city's council elections. This argument was based primarily on the fact that while Asian Americans comprised approximately 20% of the city's population, according to the 2010 census data, no Asian American had been elected to city council. So several other cities throughout the state of California, but closer to home in the county, have received a similar letter, including Redwood City, South San Francisco, San Mateo, Half Moon Bay, and Millbrae. Each of these cities' council has made the same decision that our council did, that based on the law and jurisdictions spending millions of dollars fruitlessly fighting the law firm's allegation, it was better to reach an agreement and make the transition. Therefore, on March 16th, the council adopted a resolution reflecting its intent to transition to district elections. Since then, the city hired redistricting partners to assist the city in drawing the district lines. Redistricting Partners is currently very busy helping several jurisdictions in our county and large cities across the state, including our neighbor San Mateo. They're also assisting Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Jose. The city held 2 initial public hearings on February 1st and May 3rd of this year. And these were to discuss why we were transitioning to district elections and the rules of districting. These 2 meetings served to outline the roadmap of the process that we're on. Since the May 3rd hearing, the clerk's office, which consists of myself and my assistant, Andrew Quokka, and
hello, guys, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Ricardo, or Vice Mayor.
I can't hear anybody.
And we can hear you. And our intern, Ella Geary, we've been very busy. So our goal has been to give the public as many opportunities to comment on the transition and what the map should look like as possible. So accordingly, we first created a community of interest forum to gather information on how people defined their neighborhoods. This forum was on the website as both a PDF and a survey. We put links on social media several times. We put it in the e-newsletter. We printed the form and put it in curbside pickup bags at the library. We put it on city info boards in all of our parks, in the newspaper, and in the park's quarterly guide that goes to all households. We also purchased a very detail-oriented mapping tool called Maptitude that allowed the public to drill down on the demographic information and make their own maps online. But to accommodate people like me that might be less tech savvy, And in favor of using a hard copy version of the map, we worked with redistricting partners to create a map that included school locations, street names, and neighborhood population counts. This hard copy map could be found on our website, on various organizations' websites, at the library, social media, e-news, in the park's quarterly guide, and our public outreach. From April 1st through today, Andrew and I have conducted well over 50 public outreach events. We went to the Fresh Market, Parks and Rec events, talked to any organization that would have us, held pop-up outreach events at the library, on Broadway, and on the Avenue. We did this to allow the public as many opportunities to comment on what their neighborhoods were and what they thought the district should look like. This information was collected and then turned over to redistricting partners so that they could use the public input and the 2020 census data to draw the 3 draft maps that are before you tonight. Additionally, in preparation for this hearing, we sent a mass mailer to each household in the city, alerting them of this hearing. We plan to do the same for the next hearing and any future hearings after that. And there's just a few more comments I'd like to add before turning it over to redistricting partners. Firstly, part of the reason we hired a consultant was so that they wouldn't know where the council members lived when drawing the lines. This way, no bias for or against a council member would affect the lines. I'd also urge the public to think about these district maps long-term. These districts will be the districts for the next 10 years. And over that time, we will most likely, no offense to my council, see new council members. Therefore, don't spend your time focused on where the council lives, but rather if these districts reflect the city's neighborhoods, communities of interest, and the guidelines that redistricting partners will outline tonight. I'd also ask that we don't discuss where council members live tonight. We want to keep the consultants in the dark as much as possible about the location of our council members. Secondly, the more input we get, the more informed these lines are. Elections are about giving the public a voice. So make sure you give your input. If you don't today, if you haven't in the past, you still have plenty of time. So please send me an email because this process isn't over and these draft maps will most likely change. And lastly, tonight's discussion isn't about discussing whether we should move to district elections, as that decision was made in March 2021 or 2020, excuse me. Instead, we should focus our discussion and our questions around the draft maps and what we think our neighborhoods are and how we think these maps reflect on our city. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Shigatani so that she can give you guys a presentation of the district maps. Oop, you're on mute.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for having us tonight. My name is Kimmy Shigatani. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Redistricting Partners, and we have a brief presentation to go over tonight. We are going to start off with some basic pieces around redistricting, just for folks who may or may not be familiar with the process, and then we will go into reviewing the draft maps for Burlingame. And I do want to stress the same thing that Megan had just said, which is that these are draft maps and this is an iterative process. So these are not set in any kind of stone or anything else. So the Fair Maps Act was passed by the legislature in 2019. It provides a set of criteria that we as demographers must follow when drawing district plans. Districts should be of relatively equal size, and we're talking about people in this case, not citizens. They should be contiguous. They should not hop or jump. So the idea is that we are not playing a game of Twister when we're looking at our districts, that they should be whole. They should maintain communities of interest, and that is something that is new for redistricting this cycle. And it really does bring the focus onto the communities and to the people that live in the area to provide input as to what is important to them in terms of the maps and how districts are created. Ideally, they should follow city and census designated place boundaries when possible, and they should be compact, both in appearance and function. So we are moving from community of interest at this point to draft maps. The input from the community does drive the process, and we do look back to those principles for rules for our process. And I anticipate that we will see more public comment after today's hearing when we review the draft maps. We have 3 drafts. Each plan has an overview, a data table, and then individual district pages, along with a web map that's been provided to the city. And I believe it is on their website. So this is the district as it stands now in the city of Burlingame. This is part of the Bay, so just keep that in mind that that is actually part of your district. The data table has the population at around 31,000 people. And so we'll be looking to divide that into 5 areas. So the first draft is what we're calling draft A, and we're following railroads, highways, and other main streets. It does keep downtown Burlingame and Burlingame Park whole, and it does keep several neighborhoods together, including Shorefront, Burlingame Gardens, Burlingame Gables, and you have to excuse my pronunciation if this is wrong, but Leon Hope. It keeps Mills Estate, Burlingame Plaza, and Ray Park together. It has the majority of Burlingame Hills, and it does keep Burlingame Village and Burlingame Grove together. It splits Burlingame Terrace along Palm Drive. And so this is the draft in its entirety. And this is the data table. And so each district has about an equal population of people, not citizens, and then the citizen voting age population is at the bottom of each table. The total deviation for draft plan A is 6.8%, and that's an absolute total deviation, taking the largest negative number and the largest positive number and adding them together to get to the 6.8% for this map. The second set of draft maps is draft B. We're following neighborhood boundaries, but it does cross the train tracks in District B. It keeps Leon Hogue, Burlingame Gables, and Burlingame Gardens together. It keeps downtown Burlingame and Burlingame Park together, but it does split Burlingame Terrace along Palm Drive. It keeps Mills Estate, Burlingame Hills, and Burlingame Plaza together. This is the overview for draft plan B. Followed by the data table. This plan has a deviation of 4.5%. So we're looking at a smaller district B and about an equal size district D that's above the ideal number. Draft plan C follows neighborhood boundaries and does prioritize keeping the southern neighborhoods together. So downtown Burlingame and the eastern portions of Burlingame Park are kept together. It keeps the eastern addition together and the eastern portion of Burlingame Hills together. Mills Estate, Burlingame Plaza, Ray Park are kept together, and it keeps the western portion of Burlingame Hills together. It also keeps the western portion of Burlingame Park, Burlingame Terrace, Burlingame Grove together, and does split Burlingame Village along Oxford Road to Dufferin Avenue. So this is the overview for draft plan C. And then the data behind draft plan C, and it has a total deviation of 4.6%. And so this is, again, we're kind of cycling through draft plan A, and it will go into each of the individual districts. Oh, sorry, draft plan B and C. One more time. The individual districts are at the end of the presentation, I'm sorry. So this next steps for the city council are really just to identify a preferred plan. And tonight is clearly an opportunity for questions from the public and from the council. So none of these plans are final plans. So really, ideally, it would be a preferred plan that we would make changes to at the request of the council and taking in consideration public input tonight as well. So adjustments can be made to any of the draft plans. And if the council would like to see adjustments to all of the draft plans, we can certainly do that as well. Direction, if you have new draft plans to be put out for public input and future review, we will also take. And then the next public hearing, we would be considering the next set of draft plans in December. And then, as Megan had noted, this is our third public hearing. And then our next one would be in December on the 6th. And that is the end of my presentation. I do have the individual districts that I can bring up on the presentation, and we also have the web links available. If people have questions around specific streets or district lines, we can zoom into those.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. So I'm going to start with my colleagues with their questions first. I have just one question that I'd like to ask. And when I'm looking at the three maps, it's more of a kind of a east-west division. Mm-hmm. I was surprised we didn't see a map that had more of north-south divisions. And can you explain maybe why we have not seen that?
I think it's primarily because we're following sort of existing arterials and then also railroad tracks. So
it's purely transportation.
Yeah, typically speaking, yeah. In redistricting, we tend to follow, in your case, not city lines because you're the city, but any major arterials, highways, things like that, sort of geographical identifiers. So if a north-south plan is something that the council is interested in, we can work on that and bring that back to the next.
Great, thank you. And my next question is, so when you developed these plans, and I'm asking this question more for the public, you actually were really taking input from the community in developing these plans. I want people to know, because I did receive some emails, that it's not the council that put these plans together. It's your company that put it together from the input that our, city clerk and Andrew from City Hall, and all their outreach and gathering their information is incorporated to develop these three maps, draft maps.
We did, yes. We also took into consideration the neighborhoods as much as possible.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have, I guess, two questions, maybe three. Thank you for the presentation and the work that led up to this, particularly our city clerk, who did an amazing job leading the public outreach effort. I noticed in all the maps, basically, I call it the Truesdale kind of district, sort of the northern western end of the city, stays pretty much intact in all the different permutations. Can you speak to us a little bit about that?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
So the district that's sort of in the northern western part, with Truesdale, with the whole area that goes up into the hills sort of stays intact. That district is pretty consistent throughout the different, I forget the name I don't know if you gave it a specific name for that district, but in say map A, it's District D. Can you tell us about why that district stayed so consistent throughout and the others changed so much?
I think it's the division with El Camino Real, using that as sort of the northeastern, I guess, dividing line, and then trying to keep Burlingame Village whole, I think, as much as possible, and then the neighborhoods that are down Trousdale into that District D on draft plan A. I know that it's a different letter on the other drafts, but so.
Thank you. Are some of the demographics taken into consideration as well? Because I noticed that that's the one district that has a much higher, it certainly is contiguous. It makes sense geographically, all those good things, but it also has a very high API community. Is that something that we're to lean into during this process?
Ideally, if there is a way for us to create a majority minority district under the Voting Rights Act, we would need to do so. I don't believe that was a factor in drawing these particular maps because I don't believe there is a way for us to draw a majority minority district. But if it is possible to have a district that is, we cannot base drawing districts on race.
Right.
If it is possible to draw districts that meet other redistricting criteria and that do keep a population together or a community of interest together, then that would be the priority.
Right. Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. And then the second thing that just struck me a little bit about all the maps is that throughout El Camino Real is divided in half in most of the maps, right? It's not that the east and the west side of El Camino Real are kept in any given district together throughout. What was was there any thinking about that and how community input played in or during the trying to draw the lines? Because that strikes me as a community of interest as well. Thank you.
I would say that you have some natural arterials that divide the city, and El Camino Real does appear to be one of them. I would need to double check with our demographers when they drew these maps to see exactly what their motivation was. But my sense of it is just that they're going along major arterials that they can identify.
Okay, I'll pause there. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownback.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, it's time for questions, so I'll hold comments till later. But one question is, when do we have to have the maps final?
Per our tolling agreement with Shankman and Hughes, we need to have it done by April.
April of 22.
But my goal would be for any potential candidates is to have this done in January, February, so that individuals have time to figure out which district they are in, which elections we're going to be holding in November, and they can start getting their campaigns together.
Okay. And then seeing this process and now seeing these maps, it helps me understand why so often in redistricting around the country, we hand this task over to expert committees of citizens rather than coming up back to city council with consultants who don't necessarily understand the city all that well. And so I wonder, is there time to create a citizen group that could help interact with the experts? Because, I'm not sure that I think arterials are the right way to divide the city. Mispronunciation of neighborhoods doesn't entirely engender confidence. So is there a way to do that, or is there not time?
I think we would be very pushed for time at this point. And I think one of the great things about the way that we did it is that we engaged the public as much as possible and gave a lot of opportunities. And so instead of saying, here's this one commission that gets to determine how these lines are made, we said, here, City of Burlingame, we'd like to hear from all of you and gather your input. So while they're using arterial roads, they're also using what the public gave to them as well.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to the mayor's north-south orientation. I think I might lean into that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thanks. I just want to say I'm going to defer questions because I know the public has a lot of questions and comments, and I want to really hear from them.
Very good. I just have one quick question before I open it up to public comment. What happens if someone doesn't run in a district?
You would go through your normal process of appointment. Sorry, Megan.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Oh, it goes through an appointment. Huh. Okay.
I will say, like, in my experience of working at the elections office, even in our smallest of specialized districts that most of us don't even see on the ballot because they just get enough candidates to fill the seats, you don't really see this as a problem. There will be individuals that will run for office. One of the biggest hindrances is if the incumbent is also running for reelection.
Okay, I figured it probably wouldn't happen, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask the question because it may happen.
Mhm.
All right, very good. So I'm going to jump onto the open up the public comment. As a reminder, if anyone wants to speak, can you raise your hands now so I kind of see how many? Because I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to ask their questions. Okay. I am actually going to, it's 6 o'clock now, and I know there's going to be some comments probably amongst the council after the public comments. And I have to also keep in mind that our city clerk has public comments through email. So I'm going to limit your time to 2 minutes. All right, I'm going to start with Martha, and excuse if I mispronunciate people's names. Labosiere, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members and city clerk and all of you for creating this opportunity for comment. I am a resident of the Burlingame Hills area, and I was saddened to see these plans. I think that through our community and our association, we provided input that we quite don't see the rationale to break up Burlingame Hills. I think Vice Mayor Ortiz, and you have spoken about this, but basically you're splitting up a community. This idea of doing this, cutting through roads, just basically highlights the point that you don't understand our community. So splitting up Burlingame Hills into 2 districts doesn't make sense. We are a single close-knit community. We work together as an association. We're actually very engaged with each other, and we share a lot of common features: the houses, the age of the houses, the landscape, the roads. And so I would ask, and I'm not exactly sure I understand what is the north-south, but I would encourage the consultants to consider communities. What are the communities that we work and live in? We don't care about the roads. We actually cut across roads. We don't mind crossing Truesdale. We don't mind crossing Canyon Roads, but we do believe that the cut from all the way from the hills to El Camino Real does not reflect what our communities ask. So I humbly ask that our consultants reconsider the cut, and that at least one of the new cuts considers keeping Burlingame Hills as a single community and not as a community that is divided because there is a road here or there. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity, and thank you all for the great work you're doing.
Thank you very much, Martha. Ray Larios. Can you please unmute yourself?
Oh, sorry. There we go. Was everybody able to hear me? Oh,
Now we can.
Okay. My just quick question. Why does map B go up Adeline Drive? It looks very perplexing to me in comparison to map A and map C. Map B has this divot that kind of goes north and stretches inward, or west, stretches west up Adeline. And I'm wondering if in fact it was the arterials were used to create this map. Why is there what's that divot about? It's a little bit concerning for reasons that I'm not going to go into here, especially after what Clark said. But there is pretty fair consistencies across all 3 maps. But map B, that just sticks out like a sore eye. Could you explain why it kind of divots into Adeline Drive going westbound?
Kimmy, would you like to answer that question?
My assumption is that the demographer did that to keep a neighborhood together. That would be the reason why we would have dipped into the western portion.
I see that Paul Mitchell is on our call from he is also one of our consultants. And so did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Mitchell?
No, but we can look into any other issue or whether or not that census block is heavily populated, if it had anything to do with potentially the deviation issues, but we're happy to look into that divot and see if there's an issue there.
Great, thank you. All right, Jess Rote.
Hello, thank you. And thanks for everyone being here tonight. A couple quick questions. If Kimmy could just make a note to us about what is meant by deviations. I'd like to understand that. And secondly, it's another question really maybe for Kimmy, voting rights and so forth. Say a person owns a small apartment building in a certain area of the city. Are they allowed to vote in that section of the city? Because that would affect, you know, how this map is laid out as well, or who has the right to vote. And I just want to add Martha's suggestion about sticking with communities. I think that's really important. So thank you for your time.
I can
I'm happy
answer. Oops, sorry, Paul. I'll answer the voting question first. So voting is defined, you vote based on where you live. So if the owner of an apartment complex lives in that apartment complex, that should be his voting address. But if the owner of the apartment complex, let's say, lives in Millbrae, then his voting address would be located in Millbrae. And then Paul can explain deviations.
Yeah, so deviations, it's one of these words in redistricting that unfortunately is used for two different things. If you have a district and the exact equal size, that's the preferred size for the district is, you know, 6,213. Then if you have a district that's 6,413, its deviation from that perfect size district is 200 or 300, whatever my example was. That's the deviation from the exact size for that one district. And it has a percentage as well. So we might say the percentage deviation is, you know, 2% or something like that. Then we will also talk about a plan's whole deviation. And a plan's whole deviation is the difference between the largest district and the smallest district. So if the smallest district is underpopulated by 2% and the largest district is overpopulated by 6%, the difference between that +2 -6 is 8 percentage points. So we'd say that the plan's deviation is 8%. In local governance, in local governments, 10% deviation is seen as the maximum deviation you can have without having a potential that a lawsuit might come in and claim that your districts aren't quote unquote equal size. So as long as you're within that 10%, that's kind of a safe place for your total plan deviation. Any individual district, in some places they read that as any individual district shouldn't be more than 5% over or 5% under. That's a nice little handy tool, but in reality, you could have a situation where you have one district that's over by 6%, as long as none of the other districts are under by more than 4%, because you need to maintain that 10% buffer.
Thank you. Laura Hines.
Yes, thank you. I'm here tonight as a resident of Burlingame, of course, and speaking for Housing for All Burlingame. Burlingame is made up of a majority of renters, 52% renters. And we would like the committee to consider renters as a community of interest, if that's all possible. We approve of Plan B because it seems to give greater voice to renters, and hopefully that will give them greater representation on the council, which they don't have currently and have never had, to my knowledge. on a personal level, I object to Plan C because Burlingame High School and Washington Park are just blocks from where I live, and they aren't included. It's divided, which seems to me to divide up a neighborhood. And also, I don't, north-south, I think Burlingame has always been a little divided, east-west, west of El Camino, and then the center section, maybe between California Drive and El Camino, and then the eastern section. So yes, we approve of Plan B. Thank you.
Kathy Baylock. And I should say actually former Mayor Kathy Baylock.
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I did send an email to Megan, but I'm going to read what I sent. Dear Mayor and City Council, I have previously sent my version of proposed city precincts based on drawing the lines along those that existed for elementary school boundaries when the city had 5 elementary schools prior to the opening of Hoover, which would balance each district with similar socioeconomic groups, as well as a mixture of R1, R2, R3, and R4 housing districts. The maps as currently drawn do not seem to reflect what I previously mailed to the city, and I am wondering if you or the consultants ever received my input. I actually took the time to hand draw the boundaries to end up with approximately 5,600 residents per district. I found it impossible to use the interactive map on the city's website, so took to drawing by hand, which was much like doing a Rubik's Cube. Once one district met the numbers, another would not comply. I am happy to submit my map again, as it is a perfectly logical approach to dividing the city. For the record, I think having to divide us geographically in this manner is wrong. We're a small town and our typical elections produce between 5,000 and 7,000 voters. Essentially, candidates will only have to campaign to 1,000 or so voters, which might cause him or her to focus only on his or her constituents. Of the 3 maps the consultant has presented, Map B is the best, as it doesn't divide the entire east side of town into one long 2-mile district stretching from the northern border at Millbrae to the southern border at San Mateo. How could this possibly be a cohesive community of interest? I hope you will instruct the consultant to redraw the maps based on a true community of interest, that is, school boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. So to piggyback on that, to our consultants, did you consider the school districts when these boundaries, these maps were made?
So school district boundaries and other underlying geographies are oftentimes used in kind of helping make those decisions. But in city redistricting, the predominant factor would be the neighborhoods, and that's what's actually listed in the state law under the Fair Maps Act, is that they should seek to minimize the division of neighborhoods. We can do overlays with the city, with the school boards, and show that. And if there's a desire, we could kind of snap some lines to the school district boundaries. We have done that in the past. One example was the city of Santa Ana, where the Garden Grove Unified School District really helped define what was also the more heavily Asian population of the city of Santa Ana. And so in some cases, they do provide additional information that can be useful in helping draw those lines. That and also renter data is available in the maps. We can aggregate up the number of renters per district or percentage of renters per district and homeowners per district, utilizing the most recent American Community Survey data from the US Census.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to our city clerk actually to read a few emails, please.
Yeah, I actually pulled some of the email or some questions out of emails that I had gotten earlier. So I'm just going to go through those before any of the emails about preferences, which I have forwarded to council and to our consultants. So some of the questions that I got over the past couple of weeks is, when trying to balance the population among districts, is the total population considered, or is the CVAP, the citizen voting age population figures used?
Yeah, so this was actually adjudicated by the Supreme Court in the last decade. Again, it's been a continual issue as to when you're saying things are equally populated. Are you saying it based on voters or adult citizens or just residents? And again, the court affirmed that we're utilizing the total residents based on the most recent decennial census. So citizens, non-citizens, kids, everybody. Now, the one caveat to that is that in California, we recently passed a law that adjusts that data for prison population. So prisoners in California state correction facilities are pulled out of the census blocks that they're incarcerated in and reallocated to where they were living prior to their incarceration. This is seen as kind of a way to develop better equity in the way the lines are drawn. And there's a whole bunch of research that's been done on this piece, but it means that we're now utilizing the whole residence count from the US Census with that one slight modification for our redistricting of cities.
Okay, and then we've had a lot of questions tonight about communities of interest and making them a priority. So can we discuss how do you define a community of interest, and what kind of groups of people would be considered, like our renters communities of interest, our single family homeowners, school districts? Like, what is a community of interest under the law?
Yeah, so first off, two routes for a community of interest data to come to us. One route is from public feedback, and that's one of the reasons why you and your staff have done an excellent job of eliciting those comments from the public and getting that feedback in, because it's a key way for us to identify who are the communities of interest. There's also data that can help us define communities of interest, like if somebody says, well, I didn't really get a lot of feedback from renters coming to the hearings, can we look and see where the renters are in the data? And so sometimes the data can show us that community of interest. In a way, a neighborhood can be a community of interest, and the state has said that we need to minimize the divisions of neighborhoods. The community of interest from the public is the kind of input that can be the most subjective. We generally encourage through the community of interest forum, through the outreach, through the communications that are coming in through the city, that community of interest feedback include three different things. One is, what is the community of interest? We're skateboarders or cyclists or people concerned about streetlights. What is the thing that defines them and characterizes them? What is their footprint in the city? Like, where are they located? Because redistricting is in the heart of it a geographic exercise. And so we want to be able to find the shapes of these communities and identify them for the purposes of putting them in maps. And the third is, what's the relationship to the city governance? What I thought was really catchy way of defining community of interest was to say that communities of interest are people who are hurt by their government, meaning that people who maybe don't get the services they need because the streetlights don't come on, or the sidewalks are broken, or there's pollution or noise or other negative things that they need to deal with, and they need to be able to come together in districts to be able to affect that change. And so when you're talking about redistricting, we're talking about that connection back to the city, the work of the city council. And so some things might be elevated as communities of interest if, as an example, it's something that is actually city policy. Let's say the community of interest is people who live in a neighborhood where there's been a bunch of new cannabis shops that were opening. And so their community of interest is around that issue. And that's something that the city has policy around. Let's say that it's a community of interest like the streetlights. That's something maybe the city has, or you might say, actually, Paul, that issue of, stormwater runoff, that's a county issue. And so maybe that would be something more for the county redistricting. Or somebody says, I hate how much I'm paying for my water rates. Well, that's the water district redistricting. Or they say, this park doesn't have the fields open certain hours. You say, well, that's the park or community services district redistricting. So the third prong of that, what is a community of interest, really is how it relates back to the city and its governance.
Okay. And then last question before I turn it back over to our public is, tonight we've already seen there's been a lot of discussion of kind of the Burlingame Hills area, which is up on the northwest side of all the maps. And in that, if you see kind of between the two districts right there, there's a lump of land. And that it's called, some of it is called Burlingame Hills. Please, if I'm wrong on calling that neighborhood Burlingame Hills, correct me. But it's my understanding that some of that is also unincorporated. So when we draw these maps, do we include unincorporated areas of the city into districting of the city?
Yeah. So what's really interesting is in a lot of redistrictings, people will come in and they'll say, hey, I live in the city of Martinez. We even had people applying to the city commission in the city of Martinez, only to find out that they write Martinez on their letters when they putting their address down. They say that they're in Martinez generally, but they're actually not within the technical city boundaries of the city of Martinez. They're in an unincorporated area around the city of Martinez that just kind of considers itself part of the city. But in a legal aspect, it's not. And so what you end up having is people in unincorporated areas that might have an affinity for the city, might consider themselves kind of almost residents of the city, but technically they're not voting in city council elections, and therefore they are not part of the redistricting process.
Great, thank you. Madam Mayor, do we want to ask some?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Jennifer Pfaff.
Hi there. Actually, my comments are similar to former Mayor Baylock with regard to how she had envisioned a map completely independently. I did the same thing. I followed your instructions. I've listened to the two presentations, might have been three by now, I don't know. And I read the toolkit and I looked at examples from other places, and it appeared to me from your examples, for example, Roseville, that you did not use the arterials, the highways or railroads, not always as a boundary. And that, so it disturbed me to see that you used El Camino, which by the way is 44 feet wide, probably much narrower than some of these other streets that we have. You use that as a separation. It's almost as if it was a Google aerial map that you just did, and that makes it a little too easy. I think our community is a little more broad than that, a little more complicated, a little more interesting than those simple things. And by doing so, and by using the railroad, which we also, many of us go back and forth over constantly, east-west, as one of the speakers mentioned, that is not a divider, in my opinion. There are renters, as you know, all over the city, both in single family homes and in multi. So I'm not sure that that's really going to be a big issue as far as how to pick these out, because you're really going to create some kind of artifice. And lastly, I'm very disappointed in two of the maps in particular. I'm disappointed in all of them, but in particular, I believe it was A and or 1 and 3, or A and C.
A and C.
A and C, yeah, because the east side, I mean, if you're going to go into feeling like you're like a marginalized community, the east side does have a number of issues, even between Lyon and Hogue, and differences between Lyon and Hogue and Burlingame Gables as far as what issues we have. But to lump us together with hotels and a bunch of other things that really have nothing to do with us, I think that is not representative of a cohesive neighborhood at all, not in the least. I'm very, very disappointed. And I would like to see a version that uses schools, that uses businesses, that each part of your 5 has an interest in their businesses, has an interest in their renters, has an interest in their multi-unit, their schools, their transportation, the even noise from airplanes. I mean, we all experience Things.
Jennifer, you're over 2 minutes.
Okay, sorry, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. David Harris, please.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. I also send in public comments, and I'd like to just read this statement. I live in Lion Hogue on the east side of Burlingame, and I'm not enthusiastic about any of the three options. Draft Plan A lumps the east side in with all of the hotels along Old Bay Shore Highway and Airport Boulevard, as well as the industrial area along Rollins Road and the north side of the city. Plan B is least objectionable, but it combines the northern part of the east side with the hotels in the industrial Rollins Road area. Plan C divides the Lion Hogue neighborhood in two and combines about 1/2 to 2/3 of it with the hotels in Rollins Road area. Perhaps creating a banded east-west approach would be a better way to go, where each district better represents the diversity of all of our neighborhoods, businesses, industrial areas, and hotel areas. Neither the council nor others in the community necessarily would have chosen to go with district elections, but the rationale for greater diversity in our elected officials is a worthy one, and a banded approach would help solve for this. In all three existing plans, the wealthier and more homogeneous areas of Burlingame to the west remain roughly intact and cordoned off from the rest of the city. In a banded approach, any areas west of El Camino would also include a corresponding area to the east. More northerly parts of the city could include both wealthier incorporated areas of the Burlingame Hills and the industrial area of Rollins Road and the hotels. More southerly areas of the city could include neighbors west of El Camino, such as the Pershing Park area and Lion Hogue. This approach would have the advantage of increasing equity and collaboration across all of Burlingame's election districts, including businesses and renters along El Camino in California, the hotels, the neighborhoods on the east side of the city, and the industrial area along Rollins Road, which is expected to be developed for residential housing in coming years. I've shared this with a number of people in Burlingame, and there's been support. It's again, sort of anecdotal, but I would like to put this forward as something that people think about, that the consultants consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Brian Ben.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to echo some of the comments made by Ms. Baylock and Ms. Pfaff. I think when we think about communities of interest, one of the most compelling dimensions is the elementary school zones, and the 5 zones that existed before Hoover seem to be a logical starting point for that. Many of the other factors that were mentioned tonight seem to be more fleeting or ephemeral types of issues that communities might rally around. I think the schools have been a very long-standing element of our community that people value very highly, and I think that's a logical way to think of communities of interest, at least to start. I did not like Plan B. It seemed very, it lacked some cohesiveness and coherence. And I guess I have a few questions as well in terms of the growth and changes that we anticipate in Burlingame. How will we anticipate increases in population along Rollins Road? I understand there have been discussions about incorporating some of the Burlingame Hills that are currently unincorporated. How would that be dealt with in the future? Anyway, those are some of my questions as well. How frequently would this change, and on what basis would that need to be done? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. I will actually, and Megan can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is based on the current census that we just received. And so in regards to increased population futuristically, which we know will happen due to the fact we're approving additional housing in Burlingame, that would not be incorporated into this until the next census in 10 years. Am I correct with that, City Clerk?
Sorry, I got logged out, so I'm assuming you're talking about the North Rollins Road.
Yes.
So the only things that can count towards the number counts for this districting process is where the count as of April 2020. So what also isn't included in that most of us would know about is the Anson building on Carolyn Avenue, because people hadn't moved into that yet as of the April 2020 deadline.
And so we reevaluate the districting lines again when the next census comes out.
That's part of the reason that we do this every 10 years.
All right, very good. Mark and Marilyn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mark Meyerson. I wanted to point out that maps B and C have a total deviation that's fairly small. I was impressed by how good a job was done making the deviation small. But map A is 50% more deviation than the other two. So I think that's a major strike against map A. And I did email asking about compactness, one of the state requirements, and I was wondering if any measurements were made of the compactness of these proposed districts.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So compactness is kind of one of the most robust areas of kind of math and redistricting. I don't think there's a major university in the country that focuses on voting rights that doesn't have somebody who came up with a compactness measure that is named after them. There's probably 50 different methods that have been out there. There are a few that are really common, and in general, what a lot of them do is there's two main types. One is it takes the volume of a district. Let's say the district is, 4 square miles. And it says, okay, let's draw a circle that's 4 square miles and measure the perimeter. That's the smallest shape that district can be, would be a perfect circle that's 4 square miles. Now let's take the district as it is, this long octopusy thing. Let's stretch out that line of how long that line is and compare it to the length of the line to make the perfect size district, perfect shape district. That ratio of the length of the long squiggly thing and the length of the perfect district, that ratio becomes the score for that district as its compactness. Another method that's really common is districts oftentimes have like dips and bends and corners and everything, and you can literally just have systems that count the numbers of dips and bends in a district and use that as a compactness measure. California has gotten rid of utilizing those types of compactness measures, those mathematical compactness measures in city and county redistricting in the state. The method of compactness that's used in California is unique. It is a district is compact if it's not avoiding nearby populations to get far away populations. So if a district has a core area and then grabs a little snaky line to go over and get some other area that's far away, and it does it by bypassing other close by populations, then it's not compact. So it's more of a qualitative than a quantitative measure that we're using in California. It's the first redistricting cycle where this new measure has been used. So we'll see if it gets litigated at all, but it is a common, or it is being used in every city and every county in the state, this redistricting cycle, rather than the numeric metrics. We haven't run those numeric metrics on these plans. We could just for, additional information, but it wouldn't have any legal aspect to it in regards to judging the compactness of the districts.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Kenny M.
Hi there. My name is Kenny Moy. I live in the Burlingame Hills area of Burlingame. I was just overviewing the data and looking at it, and there's no option or anywhere that's drawn in the current proposed maps that we have. The hills kept together. As others stated, our geography is much different. We are very hilly. We all face kind of the same problems with the rains. As of recent, that's exacerbated those issues, and I want to make sure that we're fairly represented as a group. Additionally, with the newly redrawn districts, as a father of young children and trying to plan, their futures, we have no idea actually what schools where they would go. Originally, I think we planned and bought in the area to send them to Hoover, and with that split along on Hillside, it just seems that is no longer an option. We have to kind of rethink and remeasure our efforts there. But we're talking literally, in my perspective, living right along the edge of Hillside, and having friends, families, neighbors, or even our community kind of split this way is just really odd to me. And additionally, like my kids are going to school right now in preschool, and they have friends that live across the street, on that other side, and we would no longer see those relationships kind of grow. So I wanted to voice my opinion and my concerns there. But I would definitely like to see, in a later revision, how can we keep the Burlingame Hills together, and also, how can we, not break this community up as a whole, because we are fairly close knit. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Kenny. I'm going to go back to our city clerk. Do you have a few more emails?
Yes, 1 second. Why don't we ask one more person? I'm having a little bit of technical.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, just a clarification for the last speaker, if I may. Could one of the staff address how these lines, whether or not they impact school district lines and other areas of the community? This is just for voting. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure, can you clarify that for the
So our lines have nothing to do with the school district lines. I know San Mateo Union High School District is also going through the districting process. Burlingame School District might have talked about it, but our lines that we're doing tonight are only about which council seat will be in your district. So it will have no effect on where your child goes to school. The districting process for the school districts, that would, if and when that's done, it would determine who's on the school board. So it's also not necessarily about where your child goes to school. It's more about which school board seat would represent your district. But they're two separate processes, or three really.
And just for clarification, I'm looking at the maps with the school district overlays, and it seems as though, except for some very small areas that overlap the Hillsborough City Elementary School District, that you are entirely within one elementary school district and one joint or a secondary school district. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, so we only have San Mateo Union High School District, and we have Burlingame School District, which is our lower schools.
Yeah.
I think when you've heard people discuss school district lines tonight, what they're talking about is which one of the elementary schools their kids go to based on where they live.
Yeah, and I've honestly never seen that utilized in redistricting, but if somebody had maps, we could use that. It's just not something that we've used in the past.
Very good, thank you. If I remember correctly, Mr. Larios, you already spoke, so I need to move on to my next speaker. Connie Quirk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sent something to the city clerk. I haven't heard it read, so I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to paraphrase this. I was struggling to understand how the ethnic groups are, how they came up with their information to categorize people. I think you used 4 categories, if I'm correct. But there was one that I was just curious about. You had other. And could you please tell me what other means? I welcome a very, very diverse Burlingame. I just want to know what these metrics are. And I know when I did the census, it's broken down to at least, 12 to 15 different categories. But here in the one that was done by the consulting group, I saw only 4. and I guess I just want to know a little more about it. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. So the other is all the white population and the I apologize. The terminology that's utilized in the census isn't necessarily the same terminology that we use when we're generally communicating, but they utilize American Indian, Alaskan Native. So those are the other two things that are in the other in addition to the white population. But those populations would not be covered by the Voting Rights Act in the city of Burlingame or anywhere in San Mateo because they're not a large enough portion of the total population. And their total numbers are in there's very small numbers. I can run those for you. But because they're so small, we just have this other category in order to make everything kind of fit, but we can have some supplemental data if is necessary to illustrate those other populations if that becomes something that is an issue, or map those those additional populations. It's just that their numbers are pretty small. I think I might have it. So the CVAP 1519 Hawaiian, there are 14 people. Native American, Alaskan Indian, the CVAP has 0 people categorized as that. And so that's why we don't have the separate breakouts for them.
Madam Mayor, I can ask some questions from the emails if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
So we got an email in, and we've gotten a lot of emails around the same subject. It's about El Camino Real, and it says, it appears that El Camino Real, where I reside, is divided from neighbors on each side of El Camino Real. Considering most of the residents are either condos or rentals, we would share many of the same concerns. So why separate us from our neighbors? Also, it appears that the district occupying El Camino Real is separated from the businesses we frequent on Broadway. So I guess their concern is about here in Burlingame, a lot of times El Camino Real is kind of like a renter condo corridor, but it goes from south to north. Could that be pushed into districts on one side, the whole road, so all the houses on either side?
So I think that it's important for the community, if they have these ideas, that they have different tools that they can use to explore drawing things and seeing where the math works out. And one of your public commenters already described how it kind of felt like a puzzle. Once you would get one district together, you'd realize that another district didn't necessarily work. One of the challenges in having done some of the drawing along with other staff at redistricting partners here is that if you were to draw something that was both sides of that main arterial, you end up with having not enough population on the other side in order to create a district that's compact. And so if you were to do those bands, as somebody suggested, you would be able to have both sides, but then you run into the problem of merging different communities together that might have different voting interests. So I think utilizing community input to get other ideas on maps is wonderful, and we could definitely utilize those in potential changes if that's the desire of the council.
And then one more before, okay, so we got an email in from Scott and Serena, and they say, as 10-year residents of the Lion Hogue neighborhood, we support adoption of draft map B and urge you to proceed with this version. This district would include the Lion Hogue, Burling Gables, Oak Grove Manor, Burlingame Gardens, and Villa Park neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are similar in character and include a mix of single and multifamily residences. Each of these neighborhoods is also experiencing or will soon experience greater impacts than other areas of our city from the following projects: Highway 101, Peninsula Ave Interchange Project, the current and future traffic calming projects necessary to mitigate the traffic impacts, electrification of Caltrain and the auto traffic impacts that will result from increased train traffic, the impact of rising sea and bay water levels, An adoption of draft map B will also meet the following district design goals for District A. Establishing a contiguous district, establish District A as a real community of interest, create a district that is compact in both appearance and function. The two other draft district maps under consideration fail to achieve the objectives of the district formation process. Draft map A proposes to aggregate our neighborhoods with commercial areas east of Highway 101 and north of Broadway, while draft map C aggregates parts of Burlingame Gables and Oak Grove Manor with neighborhoods west of Caltrain. Neither of these draft maps creates a contiguous or compact district. Yeah, so that's an email. Do we want to call on one more person?
Yeah, so the last speaker I have is former council member Russ Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I have two clarifying questions. One is, Mr. Mitchell, you mentioned the discussion about how you came up with the other category, and something that's confusing to me, and I must admit I'm easily confused. The notion of the Caucasian population not ranking high enough to be considered anything other than other is a bit confusing, since it seems Burlingame is dominated by that particular ethnic group. So I'm hoping you can explain that to me. And the second clarifying question is there any map that really has to include east of 101? That is all hotels and industrial, and there is no residence other than the dogs and cats and birds that are at the Humane Society. So I'm questioning the need to even include that area in the maps, any of the maps, because there will not be any residential for the next 10 years. And if residential somehow gets approved by a future council, we can certainly revisit that 10 years from now. Thank you.
So on the issue that was just raised regarding these areas I'm looking at right now with these empty census blocks with zero population, and the fact that it does have to go into a district. This is simply in the process of redistricting, all of it has to be placed into one district. And oftentimes, I'm glad that it's not happening here, but oftentimes those things end up being something that gets haggled over in the redistricting process. There are aspects to these unpopulated census blocks and businesses potentially, or, corporate workspaces that might have external effects on residents, and where residents might want to have a voice in how they're approved, transportation issues that go along with it, other things that might either positively or negatively affect them with those properties. And so putting those properties into areas where those community members can affect policymaking around those is one way oftentimes that those places are put into districts. But we do have to provide the county registrar with a map with every census block in the city allocated to one of the districts. And then it's up to you as to deciding what is the most equitable way to do that. There is the idea about future population growth. And as was stated earlier and correctly, you cannot redistrict, by assuming what population is going to be in the future. But if you do have an area that is going to have a lot of growth, and you have two sides of that area that is going to have a lot of growth, you could theoretically draw districts in a way that adjusted for that, so all that new population doesn't go all into one district. But you do have to put it into some set of lines.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I still see Mr. Lario's hand up, but I cannot call on you because you've already asked a question in regards to Adeline. So what you can do is email your comments. So before I close the public hearing, is there anyone else that would like to speak that hasn't had an opportunity to do so? Okay, very good. I will close the public hearing. Megan, do we have any other emails?
We do, but in the interest of time to allow council to give some discussion feedback, I will email that out to all of you to make sure everyone has it. I just like to add, because I forgot to address this question, that there were a lot of questions about when this will happen, when this will take place. And so just to let the public know, the first election that will have districted seats on it will be the November 22 election, and that this process actually takes 2 elections to be finalized. So in 2024, we'll see the remainder of the districted seats on the ballot. So no one's term gets shut, it gets, closed down. Everyone gets to serve whatever term they are currently serving. And we do this over election cycles to implement it.
Great, thank you very much for the clarification. All right, let's start with Councilmember Coulson, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
So I just want to comment, first of all, around the hotels and to mention that we do have people who live in our hotels. So although it may only be a handful of people, there are people who do reside there and call that their home, and they would be entitled to vote and should be in a district. As well as many of you know, during COVID, we had over 100 people living in one of our hotels in the Bayfront while they were, housed them during, for a variety of reasons. They needed shelter, and we took in, I think it was about 104 people. And if those people were residing there for a year and a half, and an election came about, they would also need a district in which to vote. So I think it's really important that we do include our Bayfront in, and especially since we don't know where housing and people will be housed over the next 10 years. So with that, I'll go ahead and just provide in my comments really quickly. So I really appreciate how many people from the Lion Hogue and my, the Lion Hogue area and the south side of town expressed an interest in keeping that neighborhood bundled. And I agree with many of the speakers that someone living on the very near the BART station on the very far side of Rollins Road is unlikely to share the same concerns about, say, for example, Peninsula Avenue, traffic noise, congestion that the people living around Peninsula are going to have. So I do not favor this big, long, elongated district on the east side of El Camino. I also appreciate the commentary around the hills. That neighborhood up there, they have fire, landscape, home similarities, slides, all of those kinds of things that I think create a community of interest. And it's really rather a fluke of how that county unincorporated area and the other incorporated area occurred. And if you don't understand the history of that neighborhood and how it occurred, you might not understand why it actually is cohesive unit. So I appreciated those speakers and would be very interested in looking at a map that, addressed that. And then I do also agree on map B that this is a peculiar little jut out here. And I think it makes sense for those people to possibly be incorporated into D, especially in B. If we switch the upper areas into E, there might be a way to balance those as well. And I also do appreciate the commentary around the schools. We have not only our public schools, but we do have some private schools. Some districts don't have any schools. Some districts have 3 schools, maybe 4. So it might behoove us to just look at that a little bit. I think Ms. Pfaff and former Mayor Baylock make a good commentary there. And I too would support a look at some sort of a north-south map that would cut across El Camino Real and create, keep communities, some communities together that share, for example, grade separation issues. They share issues around noise, trains, interchanges, and getting in and ingress and egress to the freeways. So those are my basic comments. And I appreciate Mr. Mitchell and your team for Ms. Shigatini for also your hard work, and look forward to the new revised maps.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say, I mean, I was just kind of surprised with some of the comments, and just want to say that to me, when I looked at map A, that seemed to me, and I'm going to try to do this briefly and explain why. If you look at the District D in map A, that keeps together Mills Estates and Ray Park, which I think are cohesive. I think it would be hard to make an argument that that area between El Camino and California Drive that's represented by District E in this case doesn't have a lot in common. I think they do. There's some of the traffic and some of the multi-housing issues that are common to that area. So that district makes perfect sense to me. District C, where it's Eastern Addition and that little piece of the hills, that again, yes, I agree that would be better if it could fit in the other one, but I guess, you know, I played with this a lot, and it's not going to be perfect. And the same goes for the El Camino. Yes, it'd be great to have that first block of El Camino with District E because they have more in common. But then when it comes to District B, that's where I was surprised with some of the comments, because when I saw District B, I thought people in Lion Hogue would be really pleased with that, because at the end of the day, really there's no population there to speak of north of Broadway or east of the freeway. And so that is basically just those neighborhoods east of California Drive, and it keeps them together, and they do have a cohesive, a common interest that would be well represented by that district. So I didn't focus on all the hotels and all the industrial area, because there's really not that many people who live there. So this is a district that's basically Lion Hogue and those few neighborhoods up north near the high school. So I thought that was I thought people in Lion Hogue would be really happy with that. I was really surprised with some of the comments. And then as far as the bottom one, A, it keeps the Pershing Park neighborhood together, and it keeps all the downtown together. Yes, maybe they don't have a lot in common with each other, but it keeps those two together. So for me, A is the cleanest, best way. And again, I did spend hours and hours trying to come up with these things. And I did have one that had the south all together. But I thought it was better this way to keep Lion Hogue with some of these other neighborhoods. Again, the Burlingame Hills, good point, but again, it just, we have to break it somewhere. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilmember Beach.
Thanks. This is a really hard thing to do. We don't like our community being divided, but we're going to do the best we can. And I appreciate all the comments and the public engagement. It's been very helpful. Let me start with what I like about the maps. And I think some of the ideas have already been said, so I won't reiterate too much, but just highlight. I do think consistently, as Vice Mayor Ortiz mentioned in map A, that district of District D, which is sort of Ray Park, Mills Estate, Burlingame Intermediate School, that makes pretty good sense consistently throughout. So I think that makes good sense. I do think that in map B, the District A, which is sort of Lion Hogue, Gables, Oak Grove Manor, makes good sense, keeping that continuity intact. What I do think, I do agree with the folks that came out and spoke about Lion Hogue. It sure makes a lot more sense for the Rollins Road area, and the issues that are happening in the completely, northern part of town are much more aligned with either the Truesdale sort of district with Mills Estate, Raid Park, or even the internal district on map A, E, which sort of has sort of the hugging between California Drive and El Camino. I think the Rollins Road area has much more aligned with either of those districts than it does over with Lion Hogue. So I do favor map B for the Lion Hogue area in District A. I do think that Burlingame Hills, I would like to see a map that sort of considers their input that came out tonight. I do think the renter community is a community of interest that must be dealt with. And I feel like there's some really interesting comments. I do hear the community loud and clear. There's an instinct that we all have to maybe draw some maps that could go north-south that kind of integrate mini Burlingames in every district, where you have some renters, you have some homeowners, you have some people that live in transit-oriented housing, you have some people that live in really suburban, rural, or not rural, but that feels like single-family home neighborhoods, and that's tempting. But if I'm not mistaken, what I feel like I've learned through this process is communities of interest are what we're trying to achieve. If Paul Mitchell said something tonight, like the whole process, the reason this is a legal issue is because we have to lean in and create communities of interest that may not otherwise have representation. And so this is our opportunity to be intentional about our maps. So I do think the Truesdale sort of district has a really high API community, and it fits all the other criteria to make maps. That makes good sense. We should try to make sure that I really do appreciate that Mr. Mitchell said we can get some data about rent versus own in the next overlay. I think we have to be really intentional about that because we need more representation. And I do think on the maps, map B probably does that the best with District C, if I've got that name right. But I just think it's important for us to get our heads around that. I do think the idea of using the school, what's the word I'm looking for? The school boundaries could be an interesting overlay because that is a very natural community. Many members of our city identify with the elementary schools that are sort of the neighborhood school pool, but I don't think I think we should consider it, but I'm not sure that supersedes other community of interest criteria. I hope I'm articulating that idea. This is really complicated stuff. Finally, because we're trying to create groups that come together that impact change. I would really like us to wrestle down El Camino. My instinct says there's so much in common with both east and west sides of El Camino that El Camino should be sort of together, at least in one district that has sort of a major influence. And where that belongs, we'll see what the demographers can do. And then I think, I do think most of the maps do a pretty good job sort of giving, acknowledging the historical neighborhoods that we call ourselves, that are kind of at play. They do come out. I really don't like in map B the way that, map B, the way that Easton Edition has that weird jut out. I think that needs to be addressed, but other colleagues have said that too. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to let the public know I really appreciate their input and the hard work. I can say nothing now that hasn't already been said, so I look forward to seeing the next iteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Due to our time that we have a minute before our council meeting, I just want to reiterate, I think it is important to keep Burlingame Hills together if possible. There's a lot of commonality there. I also agree with Lion Hogue, and I know this was mentioned already, but it looks like it's relatively together on draft Plan B. I do agree with Councilmember Beach, and I think one of the constituents that spoke, the little notch on draft B, Plan B, is a little awkward. And I would be very interested to see the school overlay, just to see how it compares to the maps that have been presented to us. And I do think Mr. Harris had some very good comments in regards to integrating a little bit more of the East and West together, and that the El Camino is not that true kind of divider. That was something I heard from many constituents, that it's too much of a separation. And I understand, Mr. Mitchell, you're utilizing these arterial roads. However, there's a lot of overlap on both sides. And so I just want that to be looked at a little bit more closely.
And just for your information, I identified the problem with that notch. It is just because of a very awkwardly shaped census block. If you select that notch, it takes in a whole area that goes all the way to your northern boundary. So it takes in a huge area. The districts that don't have the notch are drawn to California Boulevard or California Drive, as opposed to utilizing the rail lines. So if you utilize the rail lines, you have to have that notch.
Okay. Very good. I would like to thank everyone that attended this evening. We had a really good attendance, and we will have a future meeting. So I do hope that you all come back and encourage, anyone else that to jump in on the communication of this, because this is very important. And once we set this, it's set for the next 10 years. So we just want to make sure we get as much input as possible. To our city clerk, is there anything that you would like to add?
I would add that don't wait till the next hearing to give your feedback on these maps. Give it to me now so that I can share it with Paul and Kimmy, and they can incorporate in any concerns that we have from the community. The more feedback we get, the more informed these lines are.
Very good. Thank you very much. So now it is 7:02. I am going to ask my colleagues, do you need a couple minutes before we start the council meeting? Okay, so can we have maybe 5 minutes for people just to take a quick break? And we then will start our regular council meeting.
We're on the same Zoom, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, once we have all our council members present, we will start the meeting.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brownrigg might be a little late. He was moving to a new location. So he said to get started without him if he's not
Okay,
here.
all right, very good. Okay, so I'm going to call to order the city council meeting of November 1st at 7:08 p.m. To our city manager, Lisa Goldman, may you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Farewell. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to our city manager. May we have roll call, please, Megan?
Councilmember Beach?
Here.
Councilmember Coulson?
Here.
Councilmember Brownrigg? Be here. Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Here.
Mayor O'Brien?
Here. We did not have a closed session this evening, so there will be no report out. We did have a public meeting in regards to our districting for elections, a nice robust conversation. So we have upcoming events. I have a couple to mention. So on November 4th, which is this Thursday, there will be a free screening of the Too Soon to Forget. It's a new documentary on younger onset Alzheimer's. If you'd like to RSVP, you can call 650-558-7300. Also, there is a softball, Park and Rec softball championship game Thursday, November 11th at Bayside, starting at 7 p.m. if weather permits. On November 9th, the Burlingame Library will have an introduction to cryptocurrency online at 7 o'clock p.m. And then our annual United Against Hate Week will begin on November 14th to the 20th. And there will be 4 events planned for all ages, both in person and also virtually. Next, we have presentations. We have a proclamation recognizing Family Court Awareness Month. And I'm not sure if I have Tina Swithin on the line.
No, she was unable to attend.
Okay, very good. So instead of reading the proclamation, because I know we're going to have quite a long evening, I just want to recognize that November is Family Court Awareness Month, and we will be sending this proclamation to Tina at a later date. All right, public comments. So members of the public may speak about any item that is not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future council agenda may do so during this public comment. The Ralph M. Brown Act prohibits the city council from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. And you have 3 minutes to speak. So I'm going to open up to public comment, and I'm going to start with Ms. Lang. If you want to unmute yourself, please. I've unmuted, sorry. Very good, go ahead.
Actually, I'm having a little bit of a problem hearing, but I sent in a public comment regarding campaign finance limitations tonight. So I believe that's on the agenda.
Yes, that will be item 10D.
Yeah, so would it be more appropriate for that to be read when it comes up on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And one other comment is that I really thought that the hearing regarding redistricting was good. I just did want to add, I had sent in some extended analysis that would have been too long for poor Megan to have to read. But I do think that it was Plan C, I think, was flawed for a lot of reasons that were pretty much laid out by everyone, but particularly there was a requirement under the criteria about functionality, and functionality really means not necessarily issues, but an opportunity for people to have access to services. I see that as an accessibility issue, which to me would be required under the test that the state, the criteria of functionality. And I thought Plan C was quite flawed in that regard. So I'm going to let it go at that because the evening's moving on. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lang. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during public comment on an agenda item, a non-agenda item? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I did get one email in.
Okay, would you like to read that, please?
This is from Tom and Susan Kastner Payne. They said, we would like to raise the following 2 questions for consideration during the public comment period. When does the council intend to resume open public meetings in the council chambers? 2, is there any reason why the issues of electoral districts and increasing the limit on campaign contributions can't be postponed until Burlingame residents can attend and participate in person for the discussion of these issues? Virtually all residents have now been vaccinated en masse, and social distancing can be required. These are fundamental issues that will affect all residents for the foreseeable future. They should be given the attention they deserve rather than may rush through a disjointed Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Megan. Are there any other emails for? Okay, very good. So I'm closing the public comment section and we will go on to the consent calendar. So we have items 8A through 8H. Is there anyone on the council that would like to take an item off? Okay, doesn't look like it. So I'm going to open it up to public comment to see if anyone would like to pull anything off the consent calendar. Doesn't look like it. So I'm going to close public comment. Megan, is there anyone that sent an email to pull anything off the consent calendar?
No, there is not.
All right, very good. Colleagues.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve consent items A8 through H.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Councilmember Beach, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We will move to our public hearing. So we have one public hearing, which is the introduction of an ordinance amending Title 8 of the Burlingame Municipal Code by adding a Chapter 8.15, organic waste disposal reduction. CEQA determination exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, sections 15061B3 and 15308. I'm assuming Segal will be doing this presentation.
Yes, I'm right here and I will be doing the presentation.
Very good.
And Megan will be pulling it up for me. Thank you, Megan. Great. So thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me here tonight to speak about the ordinance before you for the first reading on SB 1383, Short-Lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act of 2016. SB 1383 is about reducing methane emissions from landfills by diverting organic materials such as food scraps, plant material, and lumber from landfills. For example, in San Mateo, that organics make up about 70% of what we could take to the landfill. So this will be a significant change to how we treat organics in California. And SB 1383 requires cities to adopt this by January 1st, 2022. So we're in a similar position with all cities across the state, ready to adopt this and ready to make these big changes in Burlingame. I think we are well positioned in Burlingame, as you'll see through this presentation, but still it's a significant change to waste. And we're not quite sure how it'll pan out. So it'll be interesting to see how it actually gets implemented throughout the state. So in brief, SB 1383 requires all residents and businesses to compost. It requires us to implement an edible food recovery program. That means food that is being thrown away by grocery stores or restaurants or hotels that's still edible need to go to a food recovery program like a food bank. And last, it requires us to support the recycling goods market. For example, we have to commit to purchasing recycled paper, at least of 30% post-consumer, which we already do in the city. We have to purchase a specified amount of compost, mulch, or renewable energy biogas. The county is going to be leading this for us, and we're still quite not sure how that's going to pan out, but that will be something on our shoulders to think about over the next year. We have to comply with Cal Green's construction and demolition ordinance, which requires at least 60% of demolition debris to be diverted from the landfill, which we already have adopted, and to comply with the state's model efficient landscape ordinance, which we already do, which requires for landscaping to use compost and mulch in their landscaping. So we're trying to use what we're sending to get composted. Next slide, please. So we are well positioned here. The SB 1383 requires us to use a 3-bin system, which we already have in Burlingame, and color coded, and we're all familiar with it. So we have one step forward already, and not all California cities have that currently in place. Can you push enter, please? And SB 1383 is writing on the back of is it working or okay, of AB 1826, which has already introduced composting to high generating businesses in Burlingame. So what happens in SB 1383 is now there's no longer a threshold. For AB 1826, you had to generate 2 yards of garbage or more, and now that threshold is gone. So we have some businesses already that are composting who met this earlier threshold. Enter, please. This will also complement our upcoming ordinance for disposable foodware that's going to be implemented starting in March. That's requiring restaurants to no longer use plastic takeout containers, and it all must be fiber-based compostable containers, which will match up well with them needing now to provide composting bins in their businesses. And last, also we have in our own climate action plan a goal to divert 90% of waste from the landfill by 2030. And this is what's going to make that possible for us. Next slide. Luckily, we're not in this alone. We have excellent partners that are holding our hand through the process. Rethink Waste, the South Bayside Waste Management Authority, is taking the overall management of compliance. And we will be introducing an MOU next council meeting to authorize to be able to give them that permission to implement the compliance on behalf of Burlingame. They will be also negotiating with Recology on our behalf. Recology is our waste hauler who's going to be providing the 3-bin system to all these businesses and really be on the ground getting the program running. And the Office of Sustainability from the County of San Mateo is a partner with this, really completely relying on them to implement the edible food recovery program. They really spearheaded it on behalf of all the San Mateo County cities. And all 3 of these agencies will also help us with outreach and education. While we need to adopt an ordinance by January 1st, the enforcement will only start January 1st of 2024. So over the next 2 years, we're going to be working on getting everyone enrolled and educating them about SB 1383 and composting, and with our partners have a coordinated outreach effort. Next slide. I thought it would be interesting to see what that looks like for Burlingame, what it means, who's going to be needing to enroll in composting. So so all residents, like I said, already have single family homes, already are enrolled in the composting program, but 73% of businesses and multifamily buildings will need to now enroll in the program. That does sound like a lot, but it's also because most of those, all of those, or I guess most of them are below the 2 yards generating garbage. So they weren't folded into AB 1826. And now with that threshold gone, everyone needs to compost in Burlingame. So to give you an idea of how that's split up, if you look at the top row, that first bin is a 2 yard. So far 167 businesses don't compost. Those are businesses that we're still working on getting enrolled previously, that are large producers and they still need to enter the program. 77 businesses that produce a yard of garbage need to enroll, but you'll see a big number, 335 who produce less than 96 gallons still need to enroll. However, a lot of those businesses are going to be able to apply for a waiver. A lot of these businesses may produce a very small amount, which may meet the waiver requirements and may not have any compost that they could even contribute to that. So Rethink Waste is leading the waiver process on behalf of Burlingame, and businesses will need to complete that waiver on their own. They'll actually need to request it and then to be qualified to be in compliance. And we're going to be helping those businesses along the way. They could contact me. Recology is going to be identifying them. Rethink Waste will be helping as well. And then regarding multifamily buildings, you could see from the images below, our large buildings, we have 4 that don't compost. Our medium buildings of 60 to 15 units, 66 don't compost. But most of multifamily buildings in Burlingame fall into 15 or less units. And there's a lot that don't compost. And those are going to be the challenging ones that may have space limitations and maybe mom and pop owners, not that familiar, but with composting, but Recology and the Office of Sustainability and Rethink Waste is going to work with consultants and us and a coordinated effort to reach those businesses. But you can see that it'll be a bit of work over the next 2 years. Next slide. So some of the outreach that we've started to do already, just even before this has even been implemented, is we're working with Recology to send out a letter from the city to these businesses to make them aware they've received letters in the past, but this is an upcoming letter to say it's been adopted and now you need to enroll. We have a new webpage on our website for SB 1383 where you could point anyone to if they come to you with questions, and that has clear directions where they need to contact to enroll in composting and where they need to contact to apply for a waiver, along with other information. I'm also connecting with our downtown business groups and the Chamber of Commerce to help them get them to spread the word with us. And I'd like to even highlight future businesses that do enroll and give them some sort of positive attention, maybe even create a rolling list of, look, you've done it, and inspire your neighboring businesses to do it as well. And highlight the composting businesses. So this will be a joint effort, but looking forward to being able to get all businesses on board in Burlingame. And next slide. Lastly, for what to expect is next meeting, we'll hopefully be adopting this ordinance as required by the state. And we'll be introducing 2 MOUs to consider for authorizing. The first one is for Rethink Waste for SB 1383 compliance. And the second one is with the Office of Sustainability for them to do the edible food recovery program on our behalf. And like I said, enforcement only starts in 2 years to give cities ample time to get everyone on board and do a lot of outreach and education. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michael. I have a quick question. So I know you talked about outreach, to the businesses, and I think the outreach for businesses will be a little easier than landlords of multi-dwelling units because many may not live in Burlingame. So how do you think how will the outreach be done for them? And especially like the small mom and pops, because that seems to be a high number that don't compromise.
Yeah, that's gonna need some more strategic thought on after we send out the letter, and we'll see, what the response rate on that is. We'll work directly with Rethink Waste and Recology to figure out how to get to those people. If maybe, some ideas is to try and knock on doors at those buildings, put flyers in front of those buildings, for tenants to be able to see what's happening. So it's not just for the landlord. We'll have to strategize on how to get all of them to comply with the program. But I think that is our biggest challenge, those mom and pop small multifamily buildings.
I also think maybe for the mom and pops, in addition to, you can notify the tenants, but ultimately it's the landlords that have to implement this program. So, and there may be many mom and pops that might be older and don't utilize the internet on a normal basis. So in addition to maybe doing a mailing, you might want to consider going through, because they're supposed to have business licenses, phoning them directly.
Will do.
All right, colleagues, any questions before I move forward? Yes, Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. Sigal, I'm just curious, all these materials that are going to be going out, people who work in our industry, live in our apartments, they're multilingual. So these will go out in multiple languages to help people understand.
That's actually a requirement of the, even from SB 1383. I didn't mention that, but yes, it will be in multiple languages.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so then on that note, for the city clerk, can you please read the title of the attached proposed ordinance?
Ordinance of City Council of the City of Burlingame amending Title 8 of the Burlingame Municipal Code by adding a Chapter 8.15, Organic Waste Disposal Reduction, CEQA determination exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, sections 15061B3 and 15308.
Motion to waive further reading, Madam Mayor, and introduce the ordinance.
And do I have a second? Okay, so motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, I will open it up now to public comment. So in regards to this item, we start with Ms. Lang.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I should have put my hand down, so I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem, Ms. Lang. Former Mayor Terry Nagel.
Hi there. I just had a question as to what the prospects would be for having composting on our major shopping streets, Burlingame Avenue, Broadway, and the Plaza.
Should I go ahead and answer that? Okay. That's something that I will probably eventually come down the line. I think it's best to give it a little bit more time, because the problem with that is as soon as there's high chance of contamination with public composting bins that way. I'm starting to see it pop across other cities and parks, and we're going to learn from them. But when Recology picks it up, and if they see any plastic in there or contamination, it's going to go straight into the landfill. But I see that coming down the line, that we'll want to introduce composting in our public parks and our downtown areas, especially after the foodware ordinance comes into place. Because if you're walking around with your takeout and you don't want to put it in the trash, you want somewhere to possibly put it into a composting bin. So right now, whenever I see it in another city, I'm taking photos and compiling for an inspiration for when we're ready to do it as well.
Great, thank you, Sigal. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, if not, I'll go back to my colleagues.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I did have an email that came in.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
It says, it's from Shirley Lee, and she says, I'm glad to see that the city has proposed adoption of the organic waste disposal reduction ordinance as outlined in the city staff report in order to comply with the state's goal of reducing methane emissions produced by organic waste based on 2014 levels, 75% by 2025. SBWMA website states that 71% of landfilled waste in San Mateo County is organic material. So clearly the city and the county have a big job in front of them. The ordinance addresses the changes residents and businesses will be asked to adopt. The city, however, is also an organic waste generator. Parks, public facilities, public spaces are also places where organic waste is produced and currently disposed of in landfill containers. Does the city intend to provide 3 container collection systems in public areas in order to facilitate the reduction of organic waste recycling?
Thank you to our city clerk. And Ms. Michael, you touched upon that.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to further discuss on that?
I don't think there's any.
Very good. So I will start with Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just wanted to thank Ms. Michael for the presentation, and for members of the public who are joining us tonight. We had a very thorough presentation and discussion about the new legislation, SB 1383. It was our last meeting or the meeting before, which was super insightful. It's a great vision coming from the state, and it's a really big lift to implement. So I want to thank our staff and Councilmember Brownrigg for representing us on SBWMA and for all that they're doing to get our county ready for this big change. And hopefully more resources will continue flowing from the state to help us implement in a great way and really move the needle. Thank you. So I do recommend that we bring it back for a second reading and adoption.
If that's a motion, I second it.
I don't know if we need a motion, but if we need one, that was a motion. Do we need one? So that's my motion, and I hear a second from Councilmember Brown.
Yep. Okay, we're good. So motion made by Councilmember Beach, seconded by Councilmember Brownrigg. So roll call.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien? I believe that's a yes, but you're on mute, Mayor O'Brien.
Sorry, yes. So, and then I will direct Megan to publish a summary of the ordinance at least 5 days before the proposed adoption. All right, next we will enter our staff reports, and we have items 10A through 10D. So we are going to start out with the discussion of the zoning ordinance update, and we have Director Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We're very pleased to open up this discussion tonight of the zoning ordinance update. This has been a long road from the beginning of the general plan update and all of the outreach that entailed right up on through the creation of the zoning ordinance. The general plan update, as you know, was adopted in 2019, and then the zoning ordinance is a implementation of the new general plan. With us this evening is Laura Stetson from MIG, who has been our principal in charge of both the general plan update and the zoning ordinance update. Also, I want to acknowledge and mention Planning Manager Ruben Hurin, who has really spearheaded the zoning code update and really kind of checked it for all the consistency of all the things that we know what work and what needs fixing in the world of development review. So it's had a lot of vetting. And then lastly, also our Planning Commission, which has had a series of study sessions to look at this code and then has made its recommendation to the council. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Laura Stetson from MIG. We have a few slides. We will keep it brief, but ideally, the slides will provide you an overview and help guide discussion. So Laura, you're on.
Kevin and Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's nice to see you all again. It's been a while, and it's been a last good couple of years working with your most excellent staff on getting the zoning code pulled together and to bring it before you this evening. We do have a presentation, Kevin or Ruben, I'm not sure who's pulling it up.
I've got him. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. And I will simply say next when it's time to go to the next slide. Next.
All right.
We have a pretty short presentation this evening. We're available to answer as many questions as you and the public might have. We want to establish, as Kevin indicated, the foundation for the zoning code, describe to you the process to get to the document you have before this evening, to lay out for you how the code is structured, to highlight many of the new ideas that are in the code, to indicate how the code fixes what has been vexing your staff and maybe you for many, many years, and then to indicate what's ahead from the meeting this evening. Next. The general plan is the foundation. As Kevin mentioned, this was adopted 2 or 3 years ago. And we did start on the zoning code update as the general plan started to go through the public hearing process. So the zoning code is not new policy. It is implementing the policy that the city council has already adopted. Next. Each of the zones that are in the zoning ordinance implements and has a fairly direct one-to-one correspondence with, except maybe the downtown specific plan, to existing zones and or new zones that are there today. Next. Most of the new zones are focused on some of the mixed use categories that were established for California, for the North Burlingame area, for Broadway. We didn't change much in the downtown specific plan area. There is a new live work area for North Rollins Road, and so that is implemented by a new zone. Next. The commercial zones have been consolidated down to one, C1, and so it pretty much simplifies and makes it easy to understand what you can do in a commercial zone. Certainly a lot of the commercial uses are in other mixed use districts as well. But there are specific regulations that have been tailored for the Bayfront. And one of the newer zones that I'm particularly excited about, you can tell, but what gets me excited is really finding new ways to introduce innovation into the community. This is the new innovation industrial zone that applies to both sides of your industrial areas on either side of the Highway 101. Next. There are several open space designations. These haven't really changed. You have implementing zones that work today, and so those are also being carried forward as well. That's not to say that we didn't make changes. Certainly properties that have been designated for these zones for many, many years will continue to be so, but we have made changes to the land use regulations and to a minor degree some of the development standards that apply to these existing zones. Next.
Laura, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
Is it possible to move a little closer to your microphone, or we're hearing it's a little faint?
Is that any better? Well, you know what I'm going to do? If you can bear with me, I've got 2 cameras and I've got my microphone. Just a moment.
Sure.
It might be that she had her general plan on top of her microphone.
We wouldn't have heard her at all if she did that. That's a big document.
Does that work any better?
Perfect. Yeah, that's
fine.
better. Thank you.
Changing background too. Actually, since you mentioned that about the general plan, I'm going to make a plug for your general plan right now that's online. So it's not that heavy. If you look at the online version, Kevin just found out last Friday that your general plan won an award from the best websites of planning documents. So I hope everybody uses it.
Yeah, the old envisionburlingame.org is the new live general plan, and it's basically a digital version of the general plan.
To get to the zoning code, we had done a lot of work, as Kevin said, with Ruben and your planning staff. When we got underway, we were meeting every other week for probably about 2-hour meetings to go through what needed to be changed, and once materials were produced, to meticulously go through that. So Ruben has been really working hard to make sure the code works and the way you intended it to. Kevin, if we could go to the next slide. It started back in 2017 with a very comprehensive diagnosis of what wasn't working. And we had what we called a fix-it list that we kept and worked together with your staff to, and kept adding to it. What wasn't working, let's fix it and check it off as we go through it. We also talked to members of the community back in 2018, developers, property owners, your code enforcement staff, and others who use the code to understand any concerns that they had, not just with development and use regulations, but more importantly, the processes to get something built in Burlingame, what was working and what wasn't. Through all of that input and our diagnosis, we were able to produce draft sections of the code, which a planning commission subcommittee reviewed in a series of meetings. We actually ended up producing some preliminary, or maybe not even preliminary, some placeholder zones to allow some of the mixed use projects to move forward more quickly. And so those have since been folded into this comprehensive code update. We had full study sessions with the planning commission starting in the spring of this year. And through that, we were able to work through a lot of issues, and it made the public hearing process very smooth. Only 2 public hearings with the planning commission due to a lot of the hard work that the planning commission did with your planning staff to work out any kinks and really understand how the code works. Next. The new structure of the code is very different from how it is organized today. Next. We like to think of it as taking a code and structuring it around how people think about their properties. When somebody owns property in Burlingame, or somebody comes into Burlingame and wants to build something or establish a use, the first thing they might ask is, what can I do with my property if I own a piece of property? Or if I want to bring a business into Burlingame, where can I put that? What zone is it allowed in? And so the first part of the code addresses this what and where question. The second part question that a lot of people ask is, how can I develop the property? What are the setbacks? What are the height regulations? How much parking do I have to provide? How many trees do I have to plant? And so the middle of the code addresses the how. How can you use that property? How can you establish that business? Lastly, the question is, who's going to give me a permit for it? When can I get it? How long is it going to take? And so the latter part of the code is the process. So it's the what can I do? How do I do it? And what is the process I need to use to get my permit and get my business established, or to build an addition to my single family home, or whatever it is somebody wants to do in the community. Next. Using that structure, we created order from chaos. The eye test on the left-hand side of the graphic here is how your code is organized today. And I don't know if any of you use it on a regular basis, but it is not intuitive. There are a lot of things that are hidden and without cross-referencing. So you have to kind of figure out for yourself if you've found out everything you need to know about the who, what, where, why, how, what to do with your property. And so the part of the graphic on the right shows you how the code is now structured, with the zoning districts up front, the regulations that apply, how to develop your property, what are specific regulations, for example, uses that you see coming in time and time again that you're applying standard conditions to. Why not codify those? Because they're so important. And then lastly, the permit procedures. What do I do if I have a non-conforming use? How do I get a conditional use permit? What is design review all about? What if I need to do a code amendment? What about a general plan amendment? That's the latter part of the code. And then the definitions, comprehensive definitions at the back, including an entire section just to deal with land use definitions, because a lot of times people want to know, well, what does this particular use mean? What does it mean to have a general purpose commercial use or a restricted commercial use? And so those are well defined in the definitions. Next. One big piece of updating a zoning code is not just to get it reorganized and to make sure that it's consistent and implements your general plan, but moves forward and keeps Burlingame at the forefront of innovation. And so we did a lot of work to introduce new ideas into the code and to do the fixes from the fix-it list. Next. The new ideas. The first one is, and you may have had some dabbling with this already because some of the zones that were adopted a year or two ago for some of the mixed use zones, but there's this whole concept of community benefits. And this ties back to the general plan, which establishes a tier of development intensities and heights. And you can only get these higher tiers if there is some give back to the community in terms of additional open space, public plaza areas, wider sidewalks, things that really contribute to the betterment of the neighborhood or the district that use is going into. And so that's a choice a developer makes. Do they want to just come in at the baseline, or do they want to get the higher density or intensity by providing those benefits to the community? I hearken back to the general plan program when Councilmember Brownrigg talked about the fact that if we're allowing for residential uses, for example, in North Rollins Road, these need to be complete neighborhoods and new neighborhoods. And so the standards address that concern to make sure that people just can't provide new housing. They have to provide all the other things that come with it. There are flexible approaches to accommodate emerging land uses. If you look at your existing zoning code today, there are some land uses that are anachronistic, if I can say, or just really don't work because people aren't doing them anymore. And so in order for Kevin not to have to always interpret if this use is similar to that, the uses are broader and really more performance-based. And so people can more easily plug emerging uses into this broader definition of land uses. And it makes it easier for you to accommodate something that you didn't think of in 2021 when you established your land use regulations, and you can make these interpretations. I mentioned that there are codified conditions now for recurring uses in the community, and there are design principles for commercial development. And so things that are not just guidelines, it's cooked into the code that there are certain standards that are musts for commercial development in Burlingame in many, many of the zones. I'll give you a quick preview is that there are some design standards with regard to residential development that are also in the code that weren't there before, but your staff does have the intention of coming back before the City Council and Planning Commission to introduce what are called objective design standards for residential development. That's something that's not as yet part of this code, but it will be coming back shortly. Next slide. Some of the key fixes that are in the code, we have taken two pieces of land use regulations that are not in the zoning code today, historic preservation and signs, and incorporated them into the code and updated them. And so it makes a nice, neater package for somebody looking to figure out how a sign built is regulated for whatever commercial business they want to put in there. There are also regulations that relate to properties impacted by the Airport Land Use Commission, or ALUC. And so those have been regulations that have been codified. We spent a lot of time removing inconsistencies and closing loopholes and codifying best practices. So a lot of this is reflected in the code as well. Next slide. But something that I do want to make sure everybody understands is that when you are undertaking a process as comprehensive as this and as thorough as we all have been, next slide, I think what we will anticipate is there will be some tweaks over the next 12 months. And I would encourage anybody who's using the code to bring those to the attention of Mr. Curran so he can make sure that we keep a running list of what are the things that need to come back through the Planning Commission and Council just to make sure that we haven't missed anything. Was a cross-reference not correct? Did we have a typographical error? Those are things that can be corrected pretty easily, but if there's something that just doesn't seem quite right, we will make sure that that comes back. The plan is to come before the council for formal adoption in about 2 weeks. This is just an overview tonight. We wanted to have the opportunity to have you ask any questions and see if we need to make any adjustments or come back with some responses 2 weeks hence when it comes to you. With that, I will turn it back to the mayor, or Kevin, I don't know if you had any closing remarks that you wanted to make before we go to discussion.
Thank you. The one thing I would like to add is we also have a series of new sea level rise development regulations that are included in the commercial land use district. And with us this evening, should there be questions, Len Manterman from One Shoreline, who provided a huge amount of assistance in drafting those standards, is available should you have technical questions related to those.
Thank you, Director Gardner. So we will start out with questions first from my colleagues. I'll actually start out the questions. I have a few. So on page 1, it defines R1 zoning district. How does that work now with SB 9 being able to build duplexes? Does that just become an overlay zone?
That's correct. The way we thought it made the most sense to implement that is to have it as an overlay zone. So there is a part of the code in chapter 2 with overlay zones, and it's the very last overlay because we just added it within the last couple of weeks. It's now called the duplex, or sorry, 2-unit. Shoot, what was it called? Anyways, it's on pages 60 through 62, and it's called the sorry, I'm getting my page numbers. Sorry, pages 61 through 63. It's called the 2-unit residential overlay R12. So the way we're approaching it, it's not a rezoning. The R1 standards are still in place, and they still apply to anyone building a single unit home. Should someone want to pursue a duplex as allowed under the SB 9, then they would use the standards that are in that overlay.
Okay, so we just consider it, I see it on page 60, we just consider it an overlay. It doesn't, because when SB 9 is implemented, it really, you kind of diminish R1 because it becomes potentially an R2, right?
Yes, and a lot of the way it's been represented in the reporting is the end of single family zoning. That's not quite the case. What it is it's an additional provision that can be used on any single family zone lot, but it's and there are valid ways you could either say you redo your R1 zoning or you provide an overlay. The ultimate outcome is meant to be the same, in that someone in an R1 zone can choose to do a 2-unit development if they want. But we figured rather than kind of re-engineer the entire R1 zoning, just provide this as an overlay that goes on top as an additional option. Someone could have, similar to an ADU, you're not obligated to do it. It's something that kind of goes on top of the base zoning.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification. On page 23, when we're talking about the community benefit objectives, and so there's the childcare facilities, and it does say establishment and ongoing maintenance of on-site or off-site. So how will that be incorporated, whether it's on-site or off-site? And how do you determine the off-site childcare?
So it could be, for example, a development could sponsor an off-site or a childcare location somewhere else other than the development location. That may be important. Particularly, there are some areas of the city where the airport land use plan restrictions would make it more difficult to do childcare, but maybe a project within that area could provide the financing for both the establishment and the maintenance of it would be a longer term agreement, but the point would be to make the provisions so that the childcare facilities could be available for the duration.
Okay, I was wondering how that was going to work, because that was kind of the area I was figuring may not allow the childcare, but then do you have to do any type of nexus study if it's going to be offsite?
It would be something, if it were proposed, then it would either be something that would be worked out through the review of a project and incorporated into either conditions of approval, or should there be a development agreement, that's the kind of thing that could be enshrined in a development agreement with the arrangements.
Okay, very good. On page 44, under G, where you have the Howard Mixed Use Zoning District, It states office uses that operate beyond a typical weekday schedule may be permitted subject to discretionary review. What kind of examples are you thinking there?
Let's see, sorry, which?
Page 44, under letter G.
Yep.
The last sentence of Howard mixed use zoning district purpose.
Operate beyond the typical.
Beyond a typical weekday schedule may be permitted. So what kind of uses are you thinking there?
That, Ruben, if you have an idea, I think what that's getting at is something more like the kind of office sharing or co-working type, where it's not a traditional 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 office, but one where it has that kind of more drop in, drop out kind of general activity.
Okay, very good. And then on page 49, under residential uses, you have a communal housing, CUP. What exactly is that?
That would be something like co-housing, which has been, we haven't seen much in the way in Burlingame, but it is a kind of movement where people have either individual units and then some sort of common facility where they share food and things like childcare and what have you. Or it can also be again, something we haven't really seen in Burlingame, but where there are kind of small micro units and then some sort of shared kitchen or facility. So it's not quite a hotel, but it's not quite an apartment. So it's a model that we've heard about recently, where people can kind of have privacy, but also share some of their resources and facilities.
Okay, very good. So I kind of know what communal housing is, but I just haven't come across, I don't remember coming across it in Burlingame. So that's why I was asking. Sure. All right. And then I only have 2 more questions on page 60, where we're talking about the SB9. What is the minimum lot size that is needed? Or is there a minimum lot size that's needed to do a lot split?
Our understanding is there is not a minimum lot size. At least the legislation did not provide any guidance in that regard. And I don't know if we would be allowed to stipulate a minimum lot size, given it would probably run afoul of the legislation. What it does require is that each of the lots be 1,200 or larger. Okay. That is small. So in theory, a 2,400 square foot lot, should it exist, could be split.
All right. So then that leads to my second question. Let's say there's a large lot, like a 10,000 square foot lot. Are you only allowed to lot split it once?
Yes.
Can you? Okay.
And that's something that's baked into the state legislation. Once you do your split, you're done.
Okay, very good. And then just clarification on page 61 with SB9, there's exceptions that are incorporated. And so it says housing that has been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. So if a tenant has been in the house in the last 3 years, but moves out on their accord, can you implement SB9 or no?
That is a good question. I wonder if so this is kind of lifted directly from the legislation. That may be one of these cleanup items we hope to get in the next year, because that is a good question. I think the intent was to not have tenants evicted to create these duplexes and lot splits, but you're right. If somebody just moves out at the end of their lease on their own accord and it's vacant, I don't know if the legislation really speaks to that one way or the other. I don't know if our city attorney has an opinion, or I don't want to put him on the spot, because I can at least say the legislation is quite unspecific in that regard.
Right. I don't have any additional information to provide beyond what Director Gardner has offered.
Okay. And then this might be another question you may have an answer later on. This legislation is difficult to weed through. And so I just want to make some clarification since it's incorporated in our zoning. So actually it's the item 4 right underneath my question about the 3 years. A parcel on which an owner of residential or real property has exercised the owner's rights under government code chapter and goes into the numbers to withdraw accommodations from rent or lease within 15 years before the date that the development proponent submits an application. Not exactly sure what that means.
Yeah, and it's something we don't see a lot in Burlingame. It's referring to something called the Ellis Act, which is in San Francisco, it's a big topic. It's usually where there's rent controls involved. There's been a going out of business provision using the Ellis Act. And so it's basically wanting to prevent in those situations a unit that was vacated through the Ellis Act to not be eligible for this. I don't know if we've ever seen the Ellis Act used in Burlingame. There's really no reason.
So what happens then if you have a home, you rent it, tenant leaves, homeowner moves back into it, let's say for a time period, and then makes a decision to do a lot split? Are they allowed to do it?
I would say generally, and I guess the open question is, unless the tenant was there within the last 3 years, I think the intent would be, yes, you may. I don't think the legislation was meant to sort of say, you know, had there ever been a tenant in the last 3 years? I think it's really intended for not evicting tenants in order to do a project. But that's kind of one of those legal things that, so I think I feel comfortable with the intention. I just don't know about the letter in terms of, you know, how it, you know, should there be a challenge?
Right. Okay. So, you know, if you can get that information for a later date, that'd be great, because I'm sure there are going to be many people that have the same questions I've just asked. And so if those can be clarified at some point, that would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly.
To my other colleagues, any other questions? Okay, if not, I will open up to public comment. And former Mayor Terry Nagel. Oh, she just disappeared. Did you want to unmute yourself?
Hi, I finally got that option. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to commend the council. I think this is a great cleanup of our zoning, really, really important. And I wanted to point out, I just was in touch with Len Matterman a couple of days ago, and he said, did you know that Burlingame is the first city in the Bay Area to include sea level rise in its future conditions in its zoning ordinance? And I think that is really commendable, because I've thought for a long time that, you know, we really do need to start making people aware of sea level rise. So thank you. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. Ms. Lang.
No, I put my hand down again, so thank you.
Ms. Pfaff.
Hi, just a quick comment. I have followed this the entire time, made numerous comments during the planning commission meetings, and I just do want to compliment both the planning commission and your staff, and Kevin and Ruben and the consultant, and all the ones who never get mentioned but who prove. This was a really incredible undertaking, and just the cleanup stuff alone. And I just think they did a really good job. So that's it.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Pfaff, and we appreciate all your feedback through this process. Is there anyone else? Okay, if not, Megan, are there any emails pertaining to this agenda item?
There are none.
Okay, very good. So back to my colleagues. Any comments?
Yeah, the only ones who care.
Ms. Pfaff, All right, colleagues. No one? All right, Councilmember Colson, followed by Councilmember Beach.
I'll dive in here first, I guess, since everyone was quite quiet. I do want to thank One Shoreline and especially the person who was responsible for really thinking about this, Congresswoman Spear. I'm really proud that we are going to be one of the first cities in the entire Bay Area to really set a standard for sea level rise. And we're going to have a few conversations about this in the next few agenda items, where I think you're going to begin to understand how important this work is going to be, because it helps everyone to understand what the expectations are going to be for developers and people who own land on the Bayfront. It also helps us to quantify the magnitude of cost that will be associated with the implementation of sea level rise and flooding provisions that we are going to have to do. I think, and I applaud my colleague, Councilman Brownrigg, who has said this all along. This is an important task for us to tackle in our generation, so that we don't leave a legacy of unfunded infrastructure needs for future generations. Many of you may have seen a recent mailing. I'm going to give a little plug here. It came in your mail here. I guess it's got to be by me because I'm blurring my thing right there. That's kind of highlighting some of the work we're doing at the county level and at One Shoreline around really thinking strategically about how to pay for these and how to partner with private partnerships, but also what the kind of things we might have to do in terms of parcel taxes and overlay districts. And it's going to be complicated, but this is a great first step. And Kevin and his team, Ruben, have been imaginative and creative in their work. I also do want to thank Kevin and the team around the Rollins Road work. That's another, I heard a developer, I heard from someone the other day that they were in a big meeting somewhere on the East Coast or talking about innovative housing solutions. And someone brought up Burlingame and the rezoning of the Rollins Road district as one of the premier examples of rethinking our district, our zoning, and doing it in such a way that actually housing gets built. And one of the things I worry about SB9 is I think in a lot of cities, probably even ours, the financials around it may not make sense. And it's like pecking at the problem. Whereas the work we've done in North Rollins Road is on magnitude. It is measurable. It's visionary and it's grand, and it will make a real impact on housing people. So these to me are some of the most important work we're doing in our zoning. And I've been looking forward to this plan. I have my binder. And I just want to thank them. I also just want to make a kind of a funny aside point, but as I started to look at our map, which we all have here in our binder, I suggest that maybe, Megan, we hand this over to the zoning, the districting people who might want to take a look at this map, because interestingly enough, I think it does help show by zoning the kinds of neighborhoods that might be amalgamated and why certain neighborhoods may feel, that they're being, included or not included. And you can see there are neighborhoods of greater density. There's, all different kinds, but but this actually gives some good understanding about communities of interest and, why certain people might want to be grouped together, especially the renter and the multifamily residential population, which, you can really clearly see and understand on this map. So just a suggestion. And with that, I'll close, but thank you all for this innovative and very visionary work. I'm really proud to have been a council member, and thank the people who came before us, Mayor Baylock, Mayor, Councilman Root, Councilman Cullen and everybody who were involved in this, Mayor Baylock, in this vision, because it's not been a one-year process or one meeting process. This has been a culmination of at least a decade of work.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just want to echo thanks to staff. I've been waiting. We've all been waiting for this for 2 years, and I've been checking in with staff and then following what the Planning Commission's doing. Seems like it's taking so long, but it has been such a complicated process. And I think today's presentation was a really good understanding, or going back and reading the documentation for why it took so long. And it is just a great, great improvement. So thank you for that. I echo Councilmember Colson's perspective on all the innovative stuff that we've done, but Rollins Road, like, the proof is in the pudding. It's working. And not only are we getting more housing, we're getting the community benefits, particularly the affordability and the green space that we're looking for in those areas. And that's just really exciting, because I've always wondered, hey, did we go dense enough in that area? Did we do the right levels? And it's really working. So thanks to staff and consultants for leading us through that. I want to thank Councilmember Brownring and Councilmember Colson for being our subcommittee for sea level rise. The one shoreline component is awesome. Glad we're doing that. And it's absolutely the right thing to do. And Councilmember Colson with her work on one shoreline. Yes, Congresswoman Spear had a vision, and Supervisor Dave Pine has certainly led the effort at the county level for all we're doing with sea level rise too. So just bravo all around. Delighted for all the folks that have put so much expertise in this to get it done tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just don't want to repeat most of what is said, but I just couldn't help but think about our first conversations about the general plan update, and how daunting it seemed at the time, and what a great process it has been, and what we've done so far. I just got to give it to you, all of you, staff and members of the public who've been involved. This is probably the most important thing that I will be ever involved in as far as my tenure as city council. So appreciate all the hard work, and I'm just really happy to see it coming to an end. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm very acutely aware that there are a number of people in the audience who are here probably for items later on the agenda, but I just want to echo thanks to staff, thanks to consultants. I'm incredibly proud of this work that we have done collectively. And by collectively, I mean with a lot of people who are in the audience right now, and other people too who are not, to reimagine Burlingame, to give us significant commercial and revenue opportunities on the Bay side while also protecting it. But more importantly, to create a whole new neighborhood that I hope will be just as vibrant and exciting, and feel every bit like the neighborhoods that we were talking about earlier tonight under redistricting. I'm incredibly proud of the work. As many of the insiders know, the last time we did this review, it was 1969, I think. CEQA didn't even exist. And so we've cleaned up over 50 years of backlog, and just a huge tip of the hat to Kevin Gardner and Bill before him for this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. I just want to thank, everyone that's been involved in encapsulating this general plan and zoning. I know, Councilmember Brownrigg with his planning background and my planning background and working with former Director Meeker, I know that was one of his goals before he retired, was to see this happen. So I'd like to thank also, Kevin Gardner and Ruben, in addition to our Planning Commission and our community. This was a big undertaking, and we were able to move through it and come up with a pretty darn good product. And I've also had the pleasure with working with Councilmember Colson when we were working on the north end of Burlingame, and really, figuring out how do we make, Rollins Road area a new neighborhood. And so that is something we are going to see transition, over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So I commend, this council in putting in, the hours to make this happen. So a thank you to everyone. And this was informative for this evening. So there's no decision that needs to be made.
Madam Mayor, if I may just add to your eloquent comments, This general plan envisions growing our population, our housing by 20%. If every city on the peninsula adopted a plan like that, we wouldn't have a housing crisis.
Well, it's also nice to know that, Burlingame actually has been ahead of the curve. And I think we've really laid, the map out for other cities to see, what is working. And so I do hope that, other cities have seen what we have done, and also our legislators, that we are really trying to use every avenue that we have to really to look at affordable housing and increasing, the number of housing units. And like I said, I commend all our council members on working on this together. Housing has been definitely a difficult issue for a few years now, but I think we are definitely on the right track. And so, and this will prove it. All right, very good. So we will move on to our next item.
Madam Mayor, may I ask you a question, which is, given that a number of people are may be here for the last item, is there any chance of moving the last item up to accommodate the members of the public?
I actually would prefer to keep with the current agenda. I know our next item, we have a few speakers that have been waiting for this. And then I would hope that, the following 10C would be quick. So I would like to proceed with the original agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so item 10B is an update on 778 Burlway project. Can we have the staff report, please?
Sure, I'll take that on with an assist from my friend Kevin if needed. And actually, this is intended to be an update from the subcommittee, which is Councilmember Brownrigg and Councilmember Colson. So I'm going to start and just kind of give you the background. We do have a number of people here from Enterprise and then their landscape architect. So just a little background for those who haven't been following this for a while now. The property located at 778 Burlway Road has been occupied by a non-conforming car rental use since 1985. Once upon a time, it was a different brand, but now it is Enterprise. And the conditional use permit, or CUP, under which this use is allowed, has been modified over the years, been extended several times. It's gone through a number of iterations. In October 2016, the council granted a further extension of the CUP. And at that point, Enterprise was anticipating that San Francisco International Airport, or SFO, would be building a car rental facility, and that they would then move into that car rental facility. Best laid plans do not always come to pass, and that rental facility, I don't even know if it's still on the books as something that's going to happen, but it's just not working for Enterprise right now. And so our subcommittee of council members Brownrigg and Colson worked with staff and Enterprise to come up with a revised CUP, and it had timelines with escalating payments designed to offset the impacts of the non-conforming use and incentivize redevelopment of the site in a manner consistent with the Bayfront specific plan. Back in the spring of 2019, Enterprise approached the city with an alternative development plan for its site. The alternative would involve consolidations of activities through the construction of a multi-story garage for car storage. They would have freed up a portion of the area for possible acquisition and redevelopment by the city. And I know that in their slideshow, you'll see a map of the property. It's a little bit of a funky shape. So since that time, the city council has granted a number of extensions to the timelines to allow Enterprise to continue developing their plan. The most recent extension was granted just over a year ago on September 20th, 2020. I did include in the staff report the revised timelines associated with that extension. And the reason we're here tonight is because on your September 20th agenda, Mayor O'Brien asked for the subcommittee to do a report out on the latest goings on with the Enterprise project. We were going to do that at our last meeting, but Enterprise asked for a little bit more time to put together their presentation. And so we are here tonight. And with that, I would turn it over to our council subcommittee if you have anything to add. And then Eric Street from Enterprise Holdings is here, and he'll be leading the presentation along with Brennan Cox from Groundworks. And that is it for me.
I mean, Councilman Brownrigg may have a different opinion, but I think in the interest of time, the best and most, but the best use of time would be go directly to the enterprise presentation, Councilman Brownrigg, and we'll go through that, and then we can kind of overlay, and then questions, public comment.
Very good. So Mr. Street, are you doing the presentation?
I am, yes. I think City Manager Goldman might be giving me control, and I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint.
I think you have it already.
Okay. Share
You
screen.
hit share screen at the bottom. Says
Yeah.
all panelists can do it. So I think you have
Okay.
control.
Here we go. Everybody can see that? All right, well, good evening. Yeah, Mayor O'Brien and City Manager Goldman, the council members, thank you so much for your time this evening. As City Manager Goldman outlined, this update has been a long time coming, right? We've been talking with the working group since the spring of 2019, and lots happened over the past couple of years. And so looking forward to giving you the update that we have today and talking about what our proposal is going to be at the end of this presentation. So a little bit of a backstory. City Manager Goldman updated everybody a little bit, but we were working in earnest with the city and the working group to see if it would be feasible for us to build a parking structure, and then in addition have a parcel of our existing land at 778 Burlway, which the city would then develop. Considerable effort was put into the plan. There were a number of revisions and renderings that were put together. There were a number of meetings that the working group and enterprise had. And again, certainly appreciate all the time and energy and effort of the working group. We've probably had no short of 10 to 12 meetings over the past couple of years. And again, really the conversations were all done in earnest. They were all done in good faith, but unfortunately, the pandemic has really turned a lot of things on its head, business-wise for us. And the travel and tourism sector has been hit particularly hard. Our company and our industry was really adversely impacted. And so unfortunately, as we've gone from our business being back 80 to 90% and really battling to try to rebuild our business. The reality is, with all the headwinds we have faced and we continue to face, just the economics around building a multi-level parking structure are just not feasible anymore. We've really been impacted as an industry, and it's unfortunately just not economically possible for us to move forward with the original plan that we had, which is unfortunate because again, there was a lot of time, energy, and effort put into that. But that really we're at a position now from a company standpoint where we can't build a parking structure. So shifting gears, as we're taking a look at, trying to make sure that from an operational standpoint, we want to stay in Burlingame first and foremost. That's always been our goal. That was the goal of when we started talking about a parking structure back in the spring of 2019. Our goal has not changed, right? As City Manager Goldman has indicated, the 778 Burlway parcel has been operating since the mid 80s with car storage. Then also subsequently, which the parent company Enterprise Holdings owns, which is 1496 Old Bayshore. That's where Benihana is located. They've operated their business since the late 1970s. So again, you've had two businesses, two iconic brands operating for decades in the city of Burlingame. And our goal really wants to be to continue to operate there. Again, I certainly appreciate the open dialogue with the city council and the Burlingame staff. What's probably the most disappointing or frustrating from my standpoint has been at times the lack of communication from us at Enterprise to the city. Certainly come when the spring of 2020 hit, admittedly, we didn't really engage with the city in the way that we should have, and to Councilmember Colson, Councilman Brownrigg, and City Manager Goldman and Director Gardner. I mean, our apologies, sincerely. It was unfortunate. We were pivoting. We were in the midst of closing permanently and temporary closing dozens and dozens and dozens of locations, and then subsequently trying to open them. And if I had to do it all over again, certainly I would have carved out more time to be more open with our communication. And so my sincerest apologies, because I think we could have been a little bit more transparent during that probably 6 to 9 month period of when we were recovering, and we dropped the ball there. So again, our apologies, but certainly appreciate the time and energy and effort that the working group has given to us, even through the pandemic. You guys were very understanding and very willing to work with us and understanding. And so again, I apologize for the lack of communication, that gap that we had there, and kind of here we are today. So all of that being said, this unfortunately has left us with really one of two options, because ultimately the real estate footprint that we have at Enterprise Holdings is to operate our business. And so really we're at a point here where unfortunately we're not going to be able to build a garage, but we really want to be able to continue to stay in Burlingame for decades to come. So hopefully we'll be able to find a solution to that. If we're not able to find a solution to that, unfortunately, we're going to have to revert back to the original CUP. And we're going to have to take our real estate footprint, which includes both parcels, the Enterprise parcel, in addition to the Benihana parcel, and we're going to have to try to find a solution elsewhere. Just the reality is, in regards to the real estate here in the Bay Area, we're going to need to find a way to move our operations. So with that in mind, as we're trying to be solution minded here, we're trying to be a good partner to the city. Again, we think we have some solutions, while albeit not perfect, albeit they don't fit into the master plan as they're written today, nor in the one that's proposed. And in our mind, we certainly don't want good to be the enemy of perfect, or perfect to be the enemy of good, excuse me. And so, again, we think the solution here that we're going to propose today is going to allow two longstanding businesses to continue to operate in Burlingame for decades to come. What we're proposing today as well should allow millions of dollars of investment to be done not only into both properties, but also into the Bay Trail in a very short time period, as opposed to if Enterprise were to have to work on divesting both of those parcels, a developer in those ultimate improvements to the Bay Trail might take 5 to 10 years to occur. And in addition to that, one thing we're going to talk about is jobs staying in the city of Burlingame. Jobs that are not just white collar jobs, but blue collar jobs, jobs that kind of fall within all different job groups between Enterprise and Benihana. And again, we think that is something that would be to a great benefit to the city. So moving on, as we talk about Benihana, again, an iconic restaurant, which is operated in the late 1970s, stays in place. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands of families that have really enjoyed their experiences at Benihana. And, I know from, we certainly would love to see that occur into the future for decades to come as well. They continued employment of a diverse workforce of well over 100 people. There are long-term lease negotiations in the process right now with Benihana. We're working towards a signed term sheet between Enterprise and Benihana to keep them there for decades to come. Now, again, all of that certainly is contingent upon the extension of Enterprise being able to operate their business, but there is a term sheet that is in place and is actively being negotiated right now. In addition to that, one thing from an enterprise standpoint that we're going to be asking Benihana to do, which is something that as we've talked with the working group, but also too have heard through the various city council meetings, is trying to find a way for there to be more public access to the Bay Trail. And so one thing that we're going to be requiring Benihana do, which I think they do in some form or fashion today, but even make it even more explicit, is to provide 10 dedicated public parking spaces for access to the Bay Trail. And in addition, provide some better signage as well. So that way people have specific dedicated access to the Bay Trail in and along that Bayshore corridor. From an enterprise standpoint, again, continued employment of a diverse workforce of 100+ people that we have. And again, that's only going to continue to grow as our operations hopefully continue to recover. Existing maintenance building, which I'll highlight in a little bit, which kind of juts up against the Bay Trail right now, is going to be demolished completely. And in addition to that, we plan on also improving the aesthetics to the existing office building that we have on our parcel, in addition to the signage that's associated with that property. Also solar upgrades, working towards a net zero energy goal. So again, we certainly realize that we could have opportunity to install a significant number of solar panels on that property as part of this development. Installation of EV chargers as well to prepare for future transportation needs and moving away from ICE vehicles. Also adding to that, we'd also be looking to potentially open up a second operating business there as well, a truck rental operation, potential workforce development partnership opportunity with the city. And then in addition, a commitment to helping with sea rise challenges, working with the city in One Shoreline. We've already had a conversation with Len Matterman from One Shoreline. And again, we certainly are willing to engage in a meaningful partnership to, again, continue to combat sea rise. So as we're taking a look here, you'll see that this is the existing 778 parcel is the red outlined. So what you see here is the maintenance building here that would be demolished. This building here would be demolished. This all here would be demolished. This is the existing administrative building that we would go ahead and we would make sure that the facade and the signage up in front would be cleaned up. And then you'll see along here, the green outline is the Benihana parcel. So this is an initial rendering of what we have put together in regards to what the new footprint for the enterprise parcel would look like. Is that maintenance building that was right up against here, right here is the property line. We would go ahead and make sure that there was a 100-foot setback here. Maintenance building would be here. We would build a clean car area, which would be located right here. In addition to that, we would make sure that there was some cutouts right here for car carriers. And again, we would go ahead, we'd repave the entire lot. One potential benefit to this as well would be wide open views into the bay. And again, we think that this is something that, again, as we talk about operating for decades to come, this is something that would be very beneficial for us. The enterprise building right here is a facade of what the new facade would look like with some trade dress, and then a rendering of a new sign. And with that, I'm going to pass this over to Brennan Cox, who is a founding partner from Groundworks office, and he's going to roll everybody through some of the Bay Trail improvements that I was speaking to a little bit earlier.
Hi, thanks, Eric. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Brennan Cox. I'm a founder at Groundworks office. We're landscape architects. I have been working on many of the Bay Trail improvements here in the Bay Area. So I'm a big fan of increasing our accessibility and our walkability to the shoreline. So I don't want to get us confused with the political things that may be happening here, but I'm just a big fan of the shoreline and imbuing that nature that we all enjoy about the Bay Trail. So we have taken a quick study at this property, and we think that there's really great opportunity for improvements in the Bay Trail. Eric, go ahead and hit the next slide. And so our presentation just shortly covers kind of 5 real key points: is site context, which you guys are all familiar with, the existing conditions of the trail that is around the property, and then some proposed trail improvements that we think would be really notable in this area. and then some proposed entry and amenities and some overlook opportunities. So next slide. You can skip right through this one. You guys already know where we are. So in our initial kind of walk around, we saw really some opportunities for improvements around the Bay Trail. The width of the Bay Trail in some of these sections is less than ideal, less than the standard kind of design guidelines for the Bay Trail. So we see some opportunities for widening that, that we can accommodate the kind of modes that use the Bay Trail, from the walking, jogging, and bicycling. Next slide, and just quickly on the, well, it doesn't matter, but on the lower right was an existing slide where it's very tight with the facility, where when that facility is demolished, there's this great opportunity for an expansion there. Next slide. So the trail improvements that we really see that really would be beneficial for here is the trail widening where possible, providing more seating and opportunities to gather along the shoreline, incorporate more trail markings and some historical or environmental signage, and a great opportunity here for habitat enhancements along this stretch. Next slide. Just to briefly quick, I'm sure you guys are all very familiar. There are a set of design guidelines for the Bay Trail, and we would be incorporating as many of these as feasible, where as possible. But this really, I think, provides at least the baseline for the improvements. And I think that we can only kind of really improve from there along this stretch of the waterfront. Next slide. I think habitat management or habitat it would be first and foremost is this stretch really has not had a refresh of planting. And I think that this would be kind of the step one in lots of these places is we could do a lot of new landscape planting that is drought tolerant, native to the Bay Area, and would provide that next level of ecology and places for all the kind of flora and fauna to kind of habitate along the shoreline, and places that we really enjoy that are flowering, and those opportunities for birding and places for insects to as well. Next slide. Another layer of improvement, you can kind of think of these as layers, is really identifying the kind of entry nodes onto the Bay Area. We see 3 opportunities for this. There's 2 kind of along Bayshore, and then 1 just south of the Benihana, where we could have envisioned people moving from the parking lot area onto the Bay Trail. And I think that comes with some signage opportunities or bike and water refill stations as well, if feasible. Next slide. Overlooks. I mean, there's just a great opportunity here for overlooks with the creek that comes out to the north, and there's just a lot of flora and fauna that are available. And so very similar to a project just south of here, there was some very beautiful overlooks done. We've done a number of them along the Bay Trail, and they just provide a nice spot for someone to gather along the shoreline with their binoculars and view the kind of the ecology that happens along the waterfront. Next slide. And I think we would propose probably 2 of these. Here are some examples. In the top left is one that we just recently finished in Albany, or in Alameda. It tells a really interesting historical significance to this particular site. This is where actually cargo first started moving on from trains onto the ships. They actually moved the whole train onto the ship, and basically this is the genesis for modern shipping containers. But there is a host of these all over the Bay Area that some of you have probably experienced, and I think we would use this as an opportunity to kind of imbue history or an ecology that might have been present and still is present on the site. But it really just provides a nice moment along the Bay Trail for people to gather and pause. And so I think that there's an opportunity for some of these examples. I don't know where Eric went. I will jump right in and share my screen. Excuse this. Yeah, that actually that was the end of my presentation, although I don't know where Eric went. Yes, so and I'd be happy to answer any questions. We just as a landscape architecture firm, we're just very excited at the opportunity for continuing to connect the Bay Trail along the Bay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox and Eric. I think what I'll do, so people know the order, I will let our subcommittee ask questions or make some comments if they want to add anything that may not have been in the presentation. And then I will open it up to public comment and then come back then to my colleagues then to have further discussion, because this is an update.
Madam Mayor, I might just also, before I'll let Councilman Brownring lead, but I do want to point out in the attendee list that I do see the CEO of Benihana, who is joining us from, I believe, Florida. And
I know he's on there plus a few employees.
Yeah,
So
and a few employees.
as soon as I open the
Got
public comment, we'll have them speak.
Great. I just wanted to make sure to acknowledge them as all. Councilman Brownring, I'll let you start.
Well, I'll try to be quick, but this won't be the only time I speak on this item, I think. One, I do want to just give a tip of the hat to the enterprise team over several years now. Doug, Hattori, Eric Street, their predecessors have always been trying their very best, I think. So start with that. But the reality is that this conundrum is not a new one. I mean, we confronted the enterprise ownership years ago with the need to do something different with the site. And I'll just quote one line from Envision Burlingame: long-term parking uses, this is talking about the Bayfront, long-term parking uses that serve operations at the airport will only be considered in conjunction with office and hospitality development, and only as a secondary or ancillary use. This reflects the vision of Burlingame, of residents, of planning commissioners, of city councils, that the precious land on the Bayside needs to be available to something more than at-grade parking. And so there's an old expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I feel that we have tried really hard to find accommodations. I still think there's a way to find an accommodation other than at-grade parking. And I'll close with this. This has interesting historic echoes. When this land was first created by a private developer, that developer did it largely without permission and ran into financial difficulties. The land had to be used according to state law for hospitality or oceanside commerce. And the developer didn't have either one of those in hand and begged the city council to let him build cheap warehouses so that he could get some revenue for this investment that he'd made. And the city council said no. City council said, we have a vision for hospitality out there. And that developer wound up going bankrupt. But as a result, we now have dozens of hotels, and it contributes 1/3 of our revenue. So I think sometimes when cities set visions, they need to adhere to those visions. And so I remain hopeful that we can find a way to keep enterprise here, but I am sincerely doubtful that it includes an at-grade parking lot and that's it. But I look forward to the conversation with colleagues, and I would just finish with this, I suppose. If enterprise really wants to help Benihana, then enterprise could sell the land at fair market value to Benihana, and that would then remove Benihana as one of the sort of, feels like pawns in the negotiation. But I do really believe that the team here on the ground has been trying hard to find a way forward. I just don't think this one is it.
Councilmember Coulson, do you want to say a few words before?
Sure. Just quickly wrapping up here. I agree with Councilman Brownring. The efforts from the staff and enterprise and have been, despite the small lag in conversation that we didn't have during COVID, they've generally been really, easy to work with and a good partner. I agree that we do have a long-term vision for the area, but I also know that there is significant development going on in the Bayfront, lots and lots of jobs coming. And so I'm sort of intrigued with keeping a long-term business in whatever way, whether it includes the at-grade parking or some smaller structure. But I do also want to acknowledge and appreciate that when we put the conditional use permit together, there is revenue that is sort of blight revenue that comes back to the city. That's sort of we worked on an agreement that basically said, you know, what kind of TOT opportunity are we missing here, and allows us to collect revenue on that CUP that we can reinvest. And I think that's how it ties into this flood and sea level rise. So the one concern I have is that this property becomes a big ringed up fence and just sits there either under the current or a new owner who can't operate, and we get no improvements to the bay shore, no sea level rise work, you know, nothing. And so I don't want the resolution of this discussion and these negotiations to end up in, you know, kind of what we saw for years and years and years with the downtown post office, which is just a rung up fence with nobody making any moves and movements. So I want to work collaboratively. I don't want to play a game of chicken. I want to sit down and do the hard work that we need to do to come to a compromise solution that will hopefully work for everybody. So with that, I'll just turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Coulson. Okay, so I'm going to open up to public comment. And I know the CEO, Benihana's, is here. Mr. Baldwin, can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening. Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Do I have the opportunity to speak now?
Yes, you do. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, well, good evening, and thank you very much. I am Tom Baldwin, and I am proud to be the Chief Executive Officer of Benihana. I want to thank the City Council for allowing Benihana to speak this evening, and I thank you for your diligence, care, and concern. I am a glasses half full kind of person. I try to find viable solutions, frequently with compromise in mind. And as I say, perfect is not on my menu. We have the privilege of serving your beautiful Burlingame community since 1978. That's 43 years celebrating everyday life and life special events. We serve 300,000 members of your community annually, Burlingame residents from nearby cities, and visitors supporting your vibrant hotel industry. Benihana is a celebratory brand, and we are a happy place. We trust Benihana has been part of your lives. We also believe that Benihana is amenity and an asset to Burlingame and fully aligned with your Bayfront vision. We care about Burlingame. We also care about our people. We care about our Benihana family. We employ more than 150 very special people at our Burlingame Benihana restaurant. Our employees all reside in the local area and proudly represent our multicultural and diverse workforce. 93% are people of color. Many are long tenured employees known quite well to our Burlingame guests for many years. This is who we are. This is Benihana. We strive to engage and enhance our community. That's part of our mission. We actively practice the good neighbor policy. We take care of the Bay Trail. And to Mr. Street's point earlier, we already provide parking and public access to the Bay Trail. We take care of the Bay Trail on our Benihana property. We have partnered with the Burlingame Public Library, the high school, and others. On a broader level, we raise money for breast cancer awareness, St. Jude's research, and No Kid Hungry program. Now, on an economic front, Burlingame Benihana is a top revenue source for the city, contributing $1.3 million to local and state taxes. Our regional manager, Jocelyn Un, who will speak shortly, is active on the board of the Burlingame Chamber of Commerce. Over the last 5 years, we've invested $400,000 in that property, and that includes the pandemic for a year and a half. Now, importantly, in conjunction with a new long-term lease, Benihana is willing to invest more than $2 million to renovate, expand, and add outdoor patio dining. I make that commitment to you here and now. That investment would allow us to increase jobs and further impact your community and economy by 15 to 20%, favorably impacting guests, employees, vendors, hotels, and many others. To justify that investment, we need a long-term lease, which is predicated on the enterprise receipt of the use permit. We are also ready, willing, and able to purchase our Benihana parcel at fair market value. This is real, and this is actionable. These are steps we're willing to take now. Now, I fully understand the city council.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, that was over 3 minutes.
May I just finish? I fully understand the city council's frustrations with the situation. None of us want Benihana to be collateral damage. In a world where jobs and companies and investments are leaving California, we are trying to bring more jobs and more investment to Burlingame now in the near term.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. I do need to be fair and have same time limit for people. Ellie Bird.
Hi, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Okay, very good. My understanding, Mr. Baldwin, you mentioned there was someone else who wanted, there we go. Okay, Jocelyn?
My name is Jocelyn Ong.
There is a echo. I'm not sure how you can, if you can fix that, that would be great.
Got it. Can you hear me better now?
No, we still have the echo.
Okay. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jocelyn An. I'm the regional manager for Bay Area Market, and I have been with the company for 4 years now. And Burlingame is definitely my home location that I spend most time with. And any holiday you name it, you can count on me. And simply because that is just such a treasure moments that I get to spend the quality time with 150 employees and partner in crimes that we have in the building. And besides that, we get to celebrate the joy of and laughter of every single families that dine in with us day in and day out. As a regional managers, beside running a daily operations, my mission is also to engage and enhance community, and which is to be the brand ambassador to represent Benihana. And most recently, I have the privilege to be invited by the president of Chamber of Burlingame Commons, Georgia Nader, to be one of the board members. And we continue to demonstrate community involvement through share our strength and multiple national campaigns such as breast cancer, St. Jude research. And I'm very proud to share with you that Burlingame is actually leading the donation out of the entire Benihana brand. And collectively as a company, we raised $100,000 to the No Kids Hungry program. And, you know, I couldn't be more grateful that City of Burlingame and provide us a platform and opportunity and allow us to be the role model and exemplify in one of the core value that we have, and which is engage and enhance in community. And thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic?
Madam Mayor, I did receive an email as well.
Okay, why don't we do the email, and then I know someone just raised their hand. So let's do the email first, Megan.
Sure. This is from Mr. Rebelos. He says, I do not believe that the Bayfront is an appropriate location for a vehicle storage or a vehicle rental business facility. Our Bayfront is grossly underutilized. I've noticed that the new Equator Coffee, the Facebook campus, have brought new life to the Bayshore. Over the years, I've noticed attempts by hotels like the Marriott and the Embassy Suites to beautify the Bayfront and to make it a place that people from Burlingame and from all over the world can enjoy. It's time for us to develop the Bayfront to its full potential.
Thank you. Okay, may I have Grace speak, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grace Yao. I'm the General Manager for Benihana Burlingame.
So I have been drawing for Benihana Burlingame for 3 years, and right now we have over 150 employees from different diversity. And our employee average has been working with us over 20 years. 70% of them are full-time working with us, which means they only need one job to survive in the Bay Area. And because of the time limit, I understand. So we have many excellent employees been working with us. We work as a family. Makino-san, that's one of our most experienced chef, here has been working 45 years with us. And since he supported us 5 years ago, he decided to sell his condo in Alaska and decide he will retire in our Bay Area because he loved the weather. He loved the beautiful area with us. And also one of our mission is create great memories. I have been working for the past 3 years, and I have seen many guests celebrate their special occasions, anniversary, birthday, baby born, baby shower with us. And we love to see our guests coming here. They're gonna bring their second generation, third generation with us. And last week we have celebrated a lady for 104-year birthday with us, and that's their family tradition. So I'm glad to be working here and with my team to continue to serve in our community.
Thank you very much, Grace. From the public comment, I actually have one quick question, and it's to Mr. Baldwin. So if you can unmute yourself. My question to you is, what would happen if your restaurant closes to your employees?
Yes, thank you very much. Our employees are real people with families and financial obligations. They'll be thrown out of work if our lease is terminated. That'll be a sad day for 150 people. I will have failed them. I pray for an amicable solution for all so that I don't have to terminate them. To me, this is not about a garage. To me, this is about people, and I need to take care of our people. I have 150 mouths to feed in Burlingame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin. If there isn't anyone else that would like to speak, I'm going to close the public comment section and go back to my colleagues. Who would like to start? Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two former mayors on the line here who probably dealt with the CUP for enterprise and during their term. We've been talking about this for years and years and years. And every time it comes up, we have a really good story as to why we should renew it. And we keep doing it with promises. And now we're back here. We're being asked to approve we will be asked to consider an extension of the CUP for at-grade parking lot, which is what we said no 2 years ago. And now we're being thrown, we have the Benihana situation being thrown in. And I just feel that they're being used as pawns in this negotiation. And I find it very offensive. And I think it's time we come up with a solution for this, because if I'm here 2 years from now, talking about a CUP renewal for this use that we've all agreed is not the correct use for this area, that would be really frustrating. I'm really think we need to come up with a solution. This is just nuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll weigh in a little bit on this. I'm one of those, mayors that's been around a while on the council and the planning commission. This has come before me a few times, and I have been very frustrated with enterprise. I will be definitely straightforward with that. However, I am looking at this a little bit differently now, because we have so much development that's going to be going on at the Bayfront. We are going to have a life science project. We have the hotel across the street. I don't know if you read the Daily Journal today, but there were 2 letters to the editor people very concerned about the development being done in the Bayfront and the housing job ratio. And as I've mentioned previously, I think we're doing a really good job on our housing, but we still have, a ways to go. And I think that, the community is going to be concerned about all this development. So I don't think it's the worst case scenario of just having a CUP in order to keep people employed over the next, I don't know what the lease would be, say, 20 years, because the development that we're looking at is going to go on for quite some time. There's going to be a lot of construction. There's going to be traffic. And so I would be flexible in working with Enterprise to figure out a way to make this work and keep, the 150 people at Benihana's and the 100+ people at Enterprise employed. We as a county and as council members have focused on the issue of equity. And this is an opportunity for us to be able to keep the 300+ jobs for these people. We have, gone through a pandemic. It's hard to recover from the pandemic as we have seen with many of our businesses, in Burlingame and throughout, San Mateo County. I do think this is a time for us to jump in and make this work. And it is not the ideal of what we want to do with that property, but because of all the development that we are doing, that's going to take many years, I can be flexible, this time around in extending the CUP. But, there's give and take. But I also think it's very important that we really try to keep these jobs for these employees. All right, on that note, I will go to Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate all the presentations and the discussion tonight. I tried to listen kind of with an open mind, and I also went back and read our meeting minutes from 5 years ago, 5 Octobers, from October 2016, where we last really had the discussion about whether or not to extend the CUP originally, and that was a good refresher. And, as I read my comments from those meeting minutes, I still maintain concern that this is not meaning the surface parking lot of Enterprise, long-term parking storage was not part of the vision for the city back in 2012. And it certainly is not the vision for the general plan. And we are policymakers, and we create these documents with a lot of public outreach. And we, as Councilmember Brownrigg said, it's hard. We shouldn't be going against that vision. Now, I also at the meeting, I was reminded, had concerns that this use did not even meet the conditions required for a conditional use permit. I'm not going to go into the minutia for why, but it's worth going back there. But this council bent over backwards in 2012 and 13 and said 2 more years and you're done. You got to come up with a plan to do something different. So we revisited in 2 years turned into 3, 2016. This council, the majority of this council, it wasn't unanimous, said, okay, we'll bend over backwards and one more time. We're going to have blight payments. We want a responsible disposition of this land use. Work with us. We saw one of those payments, but I don't think we got the additional ones because we waived them because we were trying to work in partnership to create something different. So I think this does not fit the vision. I don't even think it fits a conditional use permit. If we go back and look at the letter of the law, I think we need to move on. I fully agree Benihana is completely aligned with our vision for the Bayfront. It's completely aligned. And I hope Benihana can stay there. I hope you can buy the land parcel. And if you can't, I hope you move to a different parcel out there. But I really hope Benihana can be there because it absolutely does align with the vision. And I'm optimistic that as redevelopment happens, it's going to be better for those hotels than having extended surface parking lot and maintenance facilities out there that create additional long-term blight for a very vibrant area. And I'm optimistic that with redevelopment, we'll get those bayfront improvements, we'll get the shoreline improvements, and we'll continue to move in the direction for the vision where we need to go. And my heart goes out to all these good people who are working hard. I think Enterprise are good people. I think Benihana are great people, but our job is to make decisions that are in the long-term best interest of the city. And that's how I feel. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to acknowledge that Councilwoman Beach did very eloquently and thoughtfully raise objections when the council extended the CUP last time. I probably would vote the same way again back then, because I thought that the company had significant interest either in relocating to SFO or in developing its own property. And that's why I said at the beginning, you know, the fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I can't imagine a CUP for an unallowed use going for 20 years. I can't really imagine doing it at all. And yet, I think there's a version of the prior agreement that could work. I just don't think this can work. So I don't know what it takes at this point. I'm happy to continue the conversation, but I don't know if staff is looking for guidance or what you want to come out of this, Madam Mayor. But I just think this is the wrong approach.
Okay, let me have Councilmember Coulson speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I do think that the decision to extend the CUP, which now I believe Mr. Gardner, Director Gardner, please correct me, but because of the tolling goes to 2025.
That's correct.
Okay, so till 2025, 5 more years, Enterprise will have the opportunity to be out there. Is that correct?
Yes, with the provisions that there are the payment schedule that's
right. So the tolling agreement will restart up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, you know, I also agree that Benihana and preserving those jobs out there is really important. And I also do think that you're not going to have a lot of people in Burlingame getting really upset that another 1 million square foot building is not going to be built there right now, right this very minute. So what I think that does is gives us some time. And I think that this is not a decision-making day. This is direction. And they have a CUP that does go till 2025. So it's 5 more years. Probably, maybe none of us will be on the council at that time. But I do see the perspective of everyone on this council, which is, you know, I think what Enterprise is hearing is you got to figure out something other than at-grade parking. So the reason we told the agreement was because you came to us and said, we want to build a parking garage, low level. It'll have, it's not even really a parking garage. It's a retail parking facility where we will be able to lease out our cars. And who knows in 5 years how much we're going to have in terms of, you know, automated cars, where we're going to store them, where those are going to be. We do have a big hotel being built right across the street, and that, as I understand, is still going through. So I don't know that this is something that has to be like solved today, like yes or no, we're not going to extend the CUP because there's still 5 more years. But I do think that what we've said to Enterprise pretty clearly tonight is you need to go back and think a little bit better about this. And we would need to get, you know, I don't think the at-grade parking lot CUP is going to work. We haven't really talked about, and you basically said you can't or don't want to build a facility. So I think if you are completely against building a facility, and you're going to sell the property anyway, and that's the result that's going to happen, I certainly hope you will consider allowing Benihana to purchase their property at market value. When you look at the layout of the parcel, I understand it's already 2 split parcels. You know, that piece has great views, probably can optimize, and it's not a perfect location to put some sort of, you know, maybe a big building in there. But, you know, I would like the opportunity with Councilman Brownrigg, now that we've gotten feedback from the rest of our colleagues and staff, to go back to enterprise. They've heard the council pretty loud and clear, and let's figure out what a solution, might be here. And I like the fact that they're going to put money and invest into the Bay Trail. I think we got to fix that. I don't know I have no idea what that amount is. I don't even know what kind of other than the 5 years, what kind of time frame we're talking about. But I think we have clear direction. What we were looking for, Councilman Brownrigg and I were looking for, was direction from the council to go back and continue the negotiations. And I think we've heard from everybody, keeping the jobs is important. Keeping the jobs is really important. Trying to find something other than just at grade parking, but trying to keep enterprise in some capacity that works with the Bayfront. And, figuring out a way to bring this all together to keep everybody out there and keep everybody happy. And if not, figuring out a way to transition at least the enterprise piece to something that would work with the general plan. And that we all agree, I believe, is keeping Benihana out there would be optimal. So they've heard it, and I'd like the opportunity to go back and discuss. And I appreciate my colleagues' views.
So today we're not making a decision, as Councilmember Coulson has mentioned. And so I see our city manager has her hand up, so I will let her speak.
Thank you, Mayor O'Brien. You're correct. This was just an informational item. No direction or decisions were to be made. But I think Enterprise heard the majority of the council saying that they were not excited about the proposal that Enterprise brought forward. I did want to remind everybody that the document that's in your packet entitled 778 Burlway Enterprise CUP Extension Conditions, Timelines Revised September 2020 is in effect. And by October 3rd, 2022, there is a deadline for something that Enterprise needs to do. If they do not meet that deadline, their penalties apply. And so I don't envision the council being interested in extending these timelines any further. It's already been told by 2 years. And so I just would caution Enterprise to start working, because that deadline is now 11 months away. And you're actually only have until October of 2025. So that's less than 4 years. So you do not have all the time in the world to figure out what the solution is. Thank you.
Thank you to our city manager. I agree. Yes, there are timelines and they need to be abided by. I will add, I would like to hopefully see the subcommittee meet with Enterprise and see if there's any potential of a solution quickly. And there is that potential solution, as Councilmember Coulson said, is if they sell that, Benihana's has the first right to buy. So I hope we can move forward and come to some type of solution, but at least, our subcommittee knows where my colleagues sit on this. And I do hope there is a future of communication in the near future. All right, very good. We will go on to our next item number, and that is 10. Let's see. That is item number 10C. And this is the adoption of a resolution approving changes to the compensation and benefit plan for the City of Burlingame department head and unrepresented classifications, and authorizing the city manager to execute the plan on behalf of the city. And I think it's Director
Sonia. Yes, it is. It's Sonia. I can't start my video for whatever reason. But good evening, Council. My name is Sonia Morrison. I'm the HR Director for the City of Burlingame. Here's my video. There we go. Okay, so before you tonight, the Department and Unrepresented Compensation and Benefit Plan is up for re-adoption. So it expires at the end of this calendar year. Several successor MOUs were adopted on council on consent tonight for units expiring in this calendar year at the police department. but as this unit includes the department heads, it can't be brought forward on consent. The changes presented here align with those in the earlier MOUs adopted tonight, and the city has generally tried to maintain equity of salary and benefit changes among the various groups. Due to the current economic uncertainty, the city believes it's prudent to only enter into a one-year agreement. So the agreement before you tonight includes changes already adopted by council over the life of the plan, some language cleanup, and also a 2% COLA increase, which is the same as the other units. The fiscal impact above the already adopted budget is $89,050.
Very good. Thank you very much, Director Morrison. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Okay, if not, I will open up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to talk on this item? Okay, if not, to our city clerk, did anyone send an email?
No, we didn't receive any.
Okay, very good. Can someone make a motion to adopt the resolution, please?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, on to our next item, item 10D. The adoption of an ordinance repealing Chapter 2.25 of Title II of the Burlingame Municipal Code to eliminate the city's campaign contribution limits and instead utilize the state's program CEQA determination exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15378.15061B3. May we have staff report, Megan?
Yes, we definitely have a lot of public interest in this item, so I thought I'd give a little bit of a brief overview. So on August 16th, staff asked council to discuss whether to amend the city's campaign contribution ordinance or repeal the city's ordinance and thereby follow the state program outlined by AB 571. Staff asked council to consider several questions in regards to amending the city's ordinance, including whether to make the contribution limits the same for both organizations and individuals, simplifying the escalator, and whether to include a specific enforcement mechanism instead of using the municipal code. Staff also outlined the state program created pursuant to AB 571. Under the state program, the Fair Political Practices Commission administers and enforces campaign contribution limits. Additionally, the state sets the campaign contribution limit, which for the upcoming election is $4,900. After discussing the staff report, council asked for staff to bring back additional information on contribution limits, including a further review of what other cities were doing, whether the city could set a total cap on amount of contributions raised on or on expenditures, and how to define in-kind contributions. So on September 20th, we brought back this item with answers on all the questions, including a rundown of what all the other cities in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County were doing, at which point in a 3-2 vote, council asked staff to bring back an ordinance repealing the city's campaign contribution ordinance. So then at the October 18th meeting, the council conducted a public hearing to repeal the campaign contribution ordinance. And in a 3-2 vote, it is now back before you for a second reading.
Thank you to our city clerk. Are there any questions? Councilmember Beach.
Thank you. Just a question for the city clerk, Madam Mayor. If we decided not to repeal this ordinance for campaign contribution limits that are local, are there any resources, Madam City Clerk, that we could provide you to help with your enforcement process at the local level? Because I know that was a concern that came up in our last debate. What could we do as far as resources?
I think what I would recommend is that that language be added that very specifically outlines what the penalties are, which wasn't in the original ordinance. And secondly, other cities have gone with it, and I've never utilized it in the past because we have smaller elections, but with district elections, it would be worth considering which is an online filing system for campaign statements. It's good for candidates because you can upload them whenever. It's good for me because it kind of issues like finality of this is when it has to be in by. And a lot of them will also total up, from what I heard, how much money has been raised.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
So if we did look at something like that, could we also create some limits for the total amount raised? I remember that there was an issue with that. And absent that, is there something we can create a limit for the amount spent? And
So
I think
yeah, sorry, Vice Mayor. So you can't, according to the Supreme Court laws that we looked at, City Attorney Gina and I, you can't do limits on how much money someone raises total as a candidate. It goes into, our First Amendment rights. But what you can do is create voluntary expenditure limits, which is what other cities have done. Say you can only spend this much on your sign on to only spend this much on your campaign. And then they're usually given some sort of benefit in exchange for doing that, whether it be allowing them to have slightly higher individual contribution rates or some kind of like asterisk by their name on the city's website. I know some counties will kind of highlight it on in the candidate statement in the voter pamphlet. I don't know of our county doing that, but I could always check with them on things like that.
Councilmember Coulson.
Yes. Do we? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Clerk, can you explain how we and where we post data and information? So does the city website post the Form 460s? They're available at the FPPC. Is there multiple places that data is information? I think it's also sometimes published in local newspaper. And I think a lot of people were very concerned that they didn't know how to find information and find data.
Yeah, so there's a new state law that was recently passed that states that city clerks have to post it within 3 days of it being due, which I'm in the process of creating a system for that to go into place. What I've done in the past and what I need to clean up a little bit is I always put campaign statements under the election. But going forward in the future, what I would like to do is just have a page of our website dedicated to campaign statements so that you can search back through the history of them. It's not on the FPPC website. The ones that they're going to hold are for state offices, but they do hold everyone's Form 700s. So it's a little where you're looking for things is different by the office.
Thank you. And do we track candidates, Burlingame City candidates that keep their campaign, if they don't win and they keep their campaigns open in our city? Is that our responsibility to track? Who tracks all that?
So that's where it gets a little tricky. The FPPC issues you guys, you owe this much money for keeping your campaign open, I believe, my understanding. And so to close your campaign, you have to file a Form 410. And you file that only directly with the state, but I've always asked for a copy of it and they'll always send you a copy back. But for candidates, I've asked, please send me your 410 if you're closing your campaign, because then I know not to send you your reminder to file your 460s. Usually the clerks are only responsible for reminding candidate or our council members to file their annual 460s. But I've kind of made it a point to help out former candidates just because this whole process can be very confusing for anyone.
Well, I appreciate that, Megan. And I think that's a really good practice to help people who might be trying to run for election, file papers, and et cetera. Okay. And So right now, I just want to reiterate, or I want to ask one more time. So about 14 cities in the county have opted just to fall under the state rules, and there's about 6 or 7 that are having independent expenditures.
Independent limits.
I mean, independent limits, yeah, okay. And if, it seems to me there's sort of a unintended consequence of this law, which is this, oversight situation where, in order to get the independent oversight from the state, you have to accept their limit. And if you don't, then you're sort of on your own. And I'm wondering if in the future it would be, if you think it would be worth, having a conversation to fix that.
I think when one organization is creating the campaign statements that people have to use and the rules behind the campaign statement and how they are to be filed, the best enforcer of those statements is the agency that's creating them, which in this case would be the FPPC.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Other questions? Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, if I can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So Councilmember Colson, I'm just curious about something you just said. So you're talking about maybe exploring some way where we can have our own limits, but they're enforced by the FPPC. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. And we can
before we go any further, I kind of want to limit this to questions. So
right.
I have a lot of
And
people
yes,
that want help with comment
to
because
make a
quick
answer. Yes,
That was a
we
question.
we can explore it and talk about it later.
Yeah, I just think there might be extensive answers to this, and there's a lot of people who are waiting to make public comments. So I would like them to talk, and then we can have our extended discussion with the question you asked, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Brownrigg.
Just one very quick question for clarification. The 14 or whatever number of San Mateo cities that have adopted the state $4,900 limit, is it the case that most or all of them had no limits before that this became a backstop of sorts as the author intended it?
So there's a lot of the cities in the county didn't have limits. I know that a lot of the cities in the county did bring this initially to council back when this bill first came out to let them know as a staff report that this was about to happen and give them the option.
Thank you.
I have a quick question or two quick questions to the city clerk. So one, does it say in the legislation that this was just meant for cities that didn't have limits?
The way it was phrased was that they wanted limits in place. And so they put this legislation into place to create a limit for cities. Or for cities, counties, small jurisdictions, all of those.
That had no limits beforehand.
It didn't necessarily state, though, if you had limits, you couldn't adopt it.
No, in fact,
I just want to specify that. Okay.
Yeah, I reached out to the FPPC to clarify that was the rule, that you could go back to it.
All right. And then just for clarification, before I open public comment, this actually kind of came to us more so because of the question of independent oversight, and that it puts our staff in an awkward position when you are telling candidates and incumbents who are running for office, rules and regulations, if your paperwork is late, those reminders, potential fines, etc. Correct? Because basically those are the potential people you're accountable to if they get elected.
I think the way I phrased it, I initially looked at amending it, but then looking at the state program and the benefits of it, the amount of work that, goes on behind the scenes to review campaign statements, the stories within the city clerk community of trying to enforce or hearing complaints from the public. Yeah, so it was a various issues about the administration enforcement of this that led to this discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and I'm going to open up the public comment, but I do want to preface that I received a lot of emails today. And I would like to thank you all for those emails. And I appreciate actually many of you responded back to my emails with very, respectful responses, and did say that you didn't really understand all the nuances to this. It wasn't as simple as we're talking about campaign limits. So I do appreciate all the people that responded to my emails throughout the day today. And I know there'll be plenty of people that would like to speak this evening. So I will flip over to the public comment. Anyone who wants to speak, could you please raise your hand now so I can kind of see how many people would like to speak? In addition, our city clerk has received emails, so I'm sure some of those emails will also be read. And I know many of our council members received emails today. Also, please try to, not to repeat the same thing other people are saying, so we don't go too late into the evening. But since I only see, I think 7 hands up, how many emails do you think we have, Megan?
Some of the individuals with their hands up also submitted an email. So doing some quick math, I have about 50 emails to read.
How many?
50.
50.
Okay. So I'd ask that you give me some breaks for water. So maybe we do a little email reading and then take some public comments.
Great. Okay. So then instead of the 3 minutes that we normally follow, I am going to make it 2 minutes. All right. We'll start out with former Mayor Terry Nagel, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I want to commend all the people who have hung in there this long, waiting to speak. And I wanted to just say that the current campaign contributions have worked very well since they were instituted in 2007. And they were instituted because some candidates were raising eye-popping amounts of money, $50,000 or more, which at the time was an extraordinary amount of money. And it was far more than neighboring cities of the same size were raising. So that was not the intent of the new law raising the limits, according to its author, Assemblymember Kellen Mullen. He was surprised, as it was stated in the San Mateo Daily Journal, that the Burlingame Council would undo limits that he thought were commendable. And I've heard from a lot of people, I'm hearing that one of the concerns is enforcement, because it is not clear whether the city would have any help from the state in enforcing these laws. And so I contacted his office today, and his aide told me that she would be talking to him about potentially cleaning up the legislation. As far as the extra work that the city clerk must do to make sure that the candidates don't violate the limits, the aide from his office said that she got a response from the FPPC today saying that they seldom review campaign statements, only do it normally upon complaint. So we would depend still on the city clerk to continue to flag violations, whether we have our own limit or not. And to give you an idea of the FPPC's response rate, I went to their site today to see what they're posting. Their Form 700s, the latest ones, are from 2013 and 14, so not a great record. It is easier to, some people are saying it is easier to raise money from a few people writing big checks, but believe me, that's not an easy task for an unknown candidate.
Sorry, former mayor, Madam Mayor, that's 2 minutes.
Okay, just want to say I urge you to keep the current limits in place because it's not broke, so don't fix it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike Dunham, please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm grateful there's a lot more engagement on this issue. When I spoke last time, I think I was the only public commenter, and the previous discussions, there were zero public comment. So I'm glad it's happening now. It sounds like from the questions that maybe there's some openness to looking at other ways to address the problems of sort of managing elections, and I encourage you all to do that. I think, fundamentally what this comes down to is that voters don't want to have to worry about whether the people they're voting for are taking enormous contributions or seem to be bought or whatever by certain interests. They just want to know, expect that campaigns are run cleanly, you listen to the candidates, you see who you like, and you vote for them. And that you don't have to go on a website and do all this research to see, oh, did anyone get a $4,000 contribution? Oh, did that impact one of the decisions they made? You just want to be able to listen to the candidates and focus on what they have to say. And I think keeping the limits low encourages that. I think when as a former first-time candidate myself, I think looking at someone who's doing the research, if they see a limit that is in the hundreds of dollars instead of the thousands of dollars, it feels less intimidating. It feels like my opponents aren't going to have the leg up on me because they're raising chunks of $5,000 at a time. So I strongly encourage you all to keep the existing rules. And thank you to everyone from the public who is paying attention. And thank you to the Daily Journal for covering this issue.
Alvin Begun.
Hi, I'm new to this issue. I did a lot of reading today on everything that had been published so far that I could find. And it occurred to me that there are a lot of, it's a many-faceted issue, but the focus really is on what Mr. Dunham just said. Do we want our elections to be like the rest of what is happening in this country, where money rules and money influences, or do we want them to be fair and everybody have an even playing field? Issues like whether enforcement is difficult or not should be resolved by looking at solutions to that enforcement issue. But I think that I would urge the council to look at this as a issue where Burlingame can take the lead and say, we want to take a stand against the influence of money in elections and maybe be an example for the rest of the cities and the counties to do so, rather than just make a convenient decision because we have some advantages of this new state bill and pay the devil by increasing our contribution limits in order to save a little effort and maybe money, which no one has said how much money that involves in the enforcement of this issue. So let's look forward and do the right thing for democracy here and start to get money out of politics.
Right on. Thank you. Can we have Nirmala Bandrapalli, please? You want to unmute yourself, please?
Thank you.
There you go.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. I'm Nirmala Bandrapalli, a resident of Burlingame. I'm here to urge council members to keep current limits in place and not raise Burlingame campaign contribution limit by individuals from $719 to the state limit of $4,900. Money matters a great deal in elections. Big donors who can tell based on their knowledge of the city or just gut feeling that one candidate is more likely to win, and they give this person all their money. Ongoing research from Alexander Fourniers, professor of public policy at the University of Chicago, suggests that as it becomes normal for campaigns to spend higher and higher amounts, fewer people run and more of those who are independently wealthy. In other words, the arms race of unnecessary campaign spending could help to enshrine power among the well-known and privileged. Let the worthy candidate win the election based on their passion to serve their community, their platform, and the issues they're willing to resolve, so it will have an impact and enhances the quality of life for people who live in this beautiful city. The candidates who raises or spends the most money usually wins. So there is a strong association between campaign spending and political success. So once again, I would urge the council members to keep the current limits in place. And yes, city clerk has to do extra work, but this is something we have done over many, many years. In the past 2 decades, few decades, nothing happened. Everything, there was no complaints. There's no big drama there. So let's keep it the same. Ain't broken, don't fix it. Other cities have to adopt it because they didn't have any limits in place to begin with. We cannot compare like that. What is working for our city? Let's keep it the way, especially with the district elections. It's even more critical not to increase this amount.
Ms.
I really urge
Vanderpally,
that.
that's 2 minutes.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Brian Ben, please.
Yes, hello. I'd like to echo the prior speakers. I applaud Burlingame for being a leader in having set limits years ago, and I really strongly urge you to keep those limits in place for all the good reasons that were mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. Former council member Russ Cohen, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council members, you've probably read my letter in the Journal from last Tuesday. I certainly hope that you did. I shared my perspective on this issue. And I've also submitted another letter to the city clerk, which I hope she will read tonight, because if I try to read it, I will not make it in 2 minutes. But if she reads it, she can take as long as she wants because she's the city clerk. So I'm going to let her read my letter for me. But suffice it to say, this is really about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and raising the limits will certainly decrease all three of those. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to the city clerk and let her read a few emails.
All right. And just so everyone knows, I do time myself so that I stay within the 2-minute limit. I am a speedy reader, though. All right, the first email comes from Gerald Weisel. He states, here are some modest proposals. If Burlingame is going to have district elections for city council positions, perhaps the cost of running a campaign in a territory much smaller than the entire city should not cost so much. Might I suggest then that the ceiling on campaign contributions does not have to be increased? Another possibility might be to increase the ceiling limit, but only for campaign contributions from actual constituents residing within the election district. Outside contributions would then remain the same. Anonymous contributions would be donated to local charitable organizations, not city council campaigns. The next email comes from Tim S. He states, in an era where income disparity is at an all-time high, Burlingame should not be creating an advantage for candidates who have more connections to deep-pocketed donors. What other cities have as limits is entirely irrelevant to this discussion, since everyone is on a level playing field. Given that this directly impacts the council members themselves, this threshold should only be put to public referendum versus letting the council make the rules for their own elections. Do the right thing and don't change the limit. The next email comes from Sophia Chang. She states, I do not favor an increase in individual campaign contributions or corporate campaign contributions. There's too much money funneled into political campaigns in general, and I think reform needs to start at the local level. Let's not get into the habit of buying our politicians. They should work for our vote. The next email comes from Graham Mudd. He says, I strongly disagree with the council's recent vote to increase campaign contributions by nearly 7 times. Even with transparency in place, we shouldn't enable a small number of donors/organizations to bankroll campaigns and influence council members. Federal election contributions are $2,000 lower than the proposed $4,900 level. Why is so much money needed when council members represent a vastly smaller population? The next one comes from Jared Manning. He states, I vehemently oppose the raising of campaign contribution limits. Politics is polluted and corrupted by money at almost every level. Yet Burlingame has been a rare beacon of normality and genuine public service in its council. Nobody is going to give you $5,000 out of the goodness of their heart. They are going to want something back, and that's corruption. The transparent weakness of the pro-change arguments in the recent Daily Journal further convinces me that there is no legitimate case for this change, and the opposition of the author of the relevant state law absolutely shows how wrong this proposal is. The next email is from Chris Cannon. We do not need more money in our city elections. Increasing the contribution limit from 719 to 4,900 is an increase of more than 500%. Why? The goal of creating 5 districts is to allow and encourage more elected representatives from all parts and people of the city. Increasing the amount of political contributions to 4,900 will make the amount of money raised heavily influence an election. Burlingame has a real opportunity here to elect individuals who have reached out in person to their new district constituents and made known their ideas, leadership, ability, and plans for our city. Increasing the donation limit will mean candidates can spend someone else's big bucks on multiple expensive mailers and social media advertisements. Political influence and favoritism for big donors has no place in our city government. Raising the limit of contributions is in direct contradiction to the attempt to have a better representation by creating districts. Please do not increase the campaign contribution limit. Debbie Hirth, I am opposed to increasing campaign contributions. I agree with the sentiments in the SMDJ article that it is definitely a step in the wrong direction and could lead to an uneven playing field. We should try to minimize the cost of elections and re-election campaigns, not allow them to become even bigger and more costly with higher contribution levels, or to build up a war chest for the next election. Next email is Kirk Pesner. As a 45-year practitioner in campaign law compliance, I am opposed to raising the Burlingame campaign contribution limit to $4,900 per person. I believe it was not the intent of AB 571 Mullen to raise the contribution limit of local jurisdictions to $4,900 per person when that jurisdiction already has a contribution limit. Instead, the law's purpose was to add a limit where there was no limit. If adopted for Burlingame, the changes would allow fewer persons to completely fund a council campaign, especially now when we are going to district elections and the number of voters a candidate needs to reach is 1/5 of the city. Lower limits require a candidate to seek more donors, which also means more interaction with voters on city issues. Current law allows a candidate to self-fund his or her own campaign without limit, but a self-funded candidate usually loses because of his or her views are not tested in the community. Instead of raising the contribution limit to $4,900 per person, I would urge the council to raise contribution limits incrementally rounded to the nearest 100 and make individuals and organization contribution limits the same. I'll do a few more. Mary Helen states, we are oh, nope, that's districting. Slipped in there. Okay. Deborah Griffith states, the vote to raise the amount of money spent on campaigns disappointed me. I believe in campaign limits of $1,000 and under in a city the size of Burlingame. Too many times the amount spent on an election determines the winner. Please reconsider. Gary Ranville says, I'm completely against this measure to increase campaign contribution limits. People running for office should be relying on the breadth of their support in the community, not the depth of the backers' pockets. Especially with the switch to district elections, this measure would give outsized influence to the wealthy few. I implore you to vote against it. Leslie McQuaid states, campaign finance increased Burlingame is changing in character. Burlingame is changing in character and not for the good. Walking around the neighborhoods, you often hear negativity, how much we are changing. I feel we are trying to grow too fast without considering what the consequences might be. Lots of money has come into our beautiful, friendly community, and thus we are being noticed more by influential groups that don't necessarily live in our community but want to say in who we are. Raising campaign finance caters to corporations, special interest companies, and political groups who will give more to a cause than our own community residents can. Burlingame is one of the last and greatest unique cities that listens to our residents on who we are versus when someone else what someone else wants us to be. Bruce Thompson states, the increase in campaign contributions from $719 to $4,900 to reflect the new state limit seems out of character for Burlingame. With district elections coming, a campaign donation of $4,900 would seem to be overkill for a single district candidate. And with the increase of development in the city, it would seem to encourage the deep pockets to make these kinds of contributions to influence council votes. Please vote no. A couple more, because I'm on a roll. Ellis states, I oppose raising the campaign donation limits, as should all council members. It will dilute the votes of those with less wealth relative to the voices of those with greater wealth and the ability to donate thousands of dollars to an election campaign. Bobby Benson states, do not raise the donation limit. You'll have people with more money trying to buy favor in each district. You'll have representatives narrowing their focus to their biggest donors to the detriment of the rest of their district. Smaller districts shouldn't need more money. In fact, they should need less money. Candidates will be encouraged to be more visible, walking the district, attending local gatherings, which is how it should be. Excuse me. So the people get to know who it is they're voting for. And so the representatives gets to know the needs of their district. Ling Yi writes in, we are opposed. Louis Schaefer writes in, my name is Louis Schaefer and I've lived in Burlingame for 40 years and have loved the small town feel of Burlingame, including the politics. But I must say that this idea to raise the campaign contribution limits by individuals from $719 to $4,900 is a horrible idea for Burlingame and all of us who live here and love Burlingame. This is a giant step in the wrong direction. It raises the bar for candidates who don't have a lot of money, our everyday citizens, making it extremely difficult for us to compete. This would make it easier for rich candidates to run and not have a true representation of our citizens. It is a step backward for democracy. And one last one, and I'll take a break. I'll do a couple more because this one's short. Marcy Benson says, to whom it may concern, we do not think campaign contribution limits should be increased. Jan G says, please do not raise the limits on current campaign contributions. We do not need to penalize officials who want to run and can't compete with the dollar amounts. This is unfair for others who want to run for election. It sends a bad message to the community. Rosanna and Jess Meyer say, my husband and I do not wish to see campaign contributions raised in Burlingame. Krista states, I do not find this to be an equitable move. I'm proud we are aiming to diversify the voices on city council by creating election districts, and to be authentic in our efforts, we need to level the playing field. Low to middle income and minority candidates are less likely to have connections and access to wealthy donors, which will put their campaigns at a disadvantage. I would ask that the council to seek advice from potential new candidates in their communities as to what changes might help them be competitive in elections. And lastly, before I take a break, John Root, our former council member, states, I oppose the proposal to raise the council campaign contribution limit to $4,900 per individual from the current $719.93 limit. With district elections on the horizon, campaign needs should be going down, not up. Higher limits only serve to discourage good candidates that may not have well-heeled contacts and connections. Larger cities with many thousands of voters to reach the higher limit may be necessary, but not Burlingame. It's sending the wrong message. So I'll take a water break and we can have some public feedback.
Very good, thanks, Madam City Clerk. Laura Hines, please.
Wow. What can I say after all of those comments? I didn't hear one comment for raising the limits. We're going to districts. That means less people to campaign to. That means less dollars spent. Living where I'm living, have been visited by several of the council members here at my home, but no one is in my area. And I believe that keeping these limits low is a good thing, especially with the district elections coming up. Now is not a good time. And it looks highly suspicious to change it now. It's not a good look for Burlingame. Thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Former Mayor Kathy Baylock.
Thanks so much. I hadn't planned on being here again, but here I am. Just want to add my 2 cents and a little history about the ordinance we passed in 2007. As former Mayor Nagel said, and former Councilman Cohen said, that there were outrageous amounts of money being spent in the elections. And one, we put the limits in place. And from my understanding from our city attorney at the time, who was either Larry Anderson or Gus Guinan, they were limits that weren't enforceable. They were guidelines. And at the end of the day, you couldn't really penalize anybody for doing anything over the limits. The second issue was there were candidates that were loaning themselves $25,000, $30,000. And at that point, there's no disclosure about, after the election, if that person's elected, who paid back those loans. There was no opacity, or there was opacity about who could actually be funding a campaign, not wanting to show where the money was coming from before the election. Once the person's elected, then the outside donors or whomever would pay off the loans of the candidates. So we added a second part to the ordinance to limit the amounts that one could lend to oneself. And again, there was no enforcement in place because the attorney felt, I believe, that it might impinge on free speech rights, didn't want to get into that sort of vernacular. But so and bottom line, I think the limits are useful and appropriate. If enforcement's an issue with the city clerk, I'd like to solve that problem. And as I said, I don't think at the time we passed it that we could penalize or enforce. You know, things have evolved to this day. Maybe that's changed, but just wanted to also add my voice to what we did was very sensible and fair, and I think keeps Burlingame the small town that we love. So thanks for listening to me. Have a great night.
Thank you, Kathy Baylock. I just noticed, actually, we have Assembly Member Kevin Mullen on the line, so I do want to acknowledge that he is on this Zoom call and thank him for your thank you for your presence. I'm actually going to use this opportunity to ask you a question. And the question is there a possibility to look at this legislation again and see if it can be rewritten? And I ask this because our initial discussions really were not about the campaign limits per se, but it was about the enforcement of having the state enforce those regulations. And the way it's written, from my understanding with the city clerk and discussions, is that it was for cities that didn't have limits, but it didn't necessarily say a city that had limits could adopt this. So if a city wants to adopt it because of the oversight, can the legislation be changed so that it applies to all cities that have developed limits?
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully you can hear me. I've been monitoring the discussion. And my understanding is that there's still a responsibility by the local city clerks to do the monitoring and enforcement of locally imposed limits. And that the state, the FPPC, would have some oversight on communities that did not have any kind of a limit, where a state limit was acting as a default. And we can certainly look at amendments to the law with regard to the enforcement piece. But I have to say, and I'm glad that some of the public comment reflected this, this most certainly was not the intent of the $4,900 default limit. This was designed for communities that had no limit in place, where there were $25,000 and $50,000 contributions moving through campaigns. And there had to be some limit imposed and some coherence brought to the campaign finance process in the cities where a local limit did not exist. So you might imagine my surprise when I heard that Burlingame, which I thought had a very reasonable limit in place, given the size of the city, given the move to district elections. I forget the precise number, but it was something in the $1,000 range.
Yes, 500
especially
for individual and 1,000 for a company.
Yeah. And given that the county itself, the county of San Mateo, has $1,000 limits for their elections, it seemed like that was a pretty reasonable limit. But look, I want to be sensitive, since my law is being cited here, that if there are improvements to the law with regard to the enforcement, we will certainly look at that. And I appreciate the council's robust discussion on this. If there's changes that can be made, I'm always open to moving a bill to effectuate that change. I do have to say, though, this law really, frankly, I was surprised that it was referenced, because the cities have always had the ability to enact campaign finance law that is reflective of the nature of their communities and the cost of campaigns in those communities. The law that I authored I thought was fairly irrelevant, given the fact that Burlingame already had a limit in place. But this has raised, interesting issues with regard to enforcement on the local level and the state level, and I want to be sensitive to that. So, regardless of the outcome of the discussion, if there are some improvements that can be made to the state law, more than happy to entertain that, and more than happy to engage not only council, but city clerk and city attorney to see what might be done going forward.
Great, I appreciate that, Assembly Member Mullen. I think we may take you up on that.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, I am going to close the public comment.
Oh, I have more emails.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Patricia states, I am not in favor of an increase in campaign contributions. So much money is wasted on this. Any person that wishes to run for office should be able to do so without having to spend enormous amounts of money to do it. Stephanie Lee states, Burlingame's campaign limit should not be about 70% more than an individual's limit on a presidential campaign. With proposed districts of about 4,000 voting age residents, campaigns should cost much less than in the past. Maryland states, please vote no on raising campaign contribution limits. Deborah Donaldson states, as a Burlingame resident, I'm concerned to learn we may move to increase the limits to campaign contributions. I object and disagree with this discussion. Paul states, I would like to express my strong feelings about keeping our elections low budget. We need good people and good ideas running our local government, not leaders sold to the highest bidder. Keeping the financing low allows anyone with good ideas and a following of supporters to positively contribute to our community. We want good people and ideas with no additional barriers based on money. Alvin states, this communication is to strongly object to raising the campaign contribution limits for Burlingame office. The influence of money in elections is indisputable and has gotten completely out of hand in our country. It would be great to see Burlingame make a stand against this and also keep our elections fair rather than contributing to the problem and allowing money to unduly influence our elections. Higher contribution limits favor those that have money, particularly businesses and other institutions. Democracy is not supposed to favor any person or group, but level the playing field so that every person has equal say. This is why we have a one person, one vote. The influence of money on voters manipulates the formula. The council should make a stand for democracy and fairness and keep the contribution limits where they are. Jennifer LeBlanc says, please reject proposal to increase campaign contribution limits from 719 to 4,900. This is going in the wrong direction, enabling wealthy candidates with a few wealthy friends to dominate. Let's not increase yet more barriers to less well-connected and less well-off citizens to run for office and become involved. Tom Payne and Susan Kastner Payne state, we respectfully oppose the proposed increases in campaign contribution limits. We believe that what is needed is more personal campaigning, direct contact between candidates and Burlingame voters through candidate nights, neighborhood meetings and canvassing, and less money spent on advertising, television spots, or direct mail. Additional money is particularly counterintuitive maybe, if the council goes forward with the district election proposal. Since the area and the number of prospective voters each candidate needs to reach will be cut by 80%, at the very least, this proposal should be tabled until the results of the districting proposal have been measured. Ash McNeely says, as a 34-year resident of Burlingame, I would like to protest the proposed increase in campaign contributions from 719 to 4,900 under consideration at tonight's meeting. This change shifts the election process in favor of the wealthy and does not support equitable access to critical positions of power like the seats on the council. We need all kinds of voices to be represented on the council, regardless of their economic means and wealthy networks. Please keep Burlingame a place where money doesn't become the reason why people gain power. Lucy states, I'm commenting to urge the council to vote no on the proposed ordinance repealing the city of Burlingame's campaign contribution limits. Burlingame's current campaign contribution limits help level the playing field and make office attainable to any qualified candidate, not just those with wealthy friends. Burlingame is transitioning to district elections, which means that candidates will only need to reach 1/5 of the city's voters. This should make campaigns less expensive to run. In light of this, there is no reason to increase campaign contribution limits at this time. Holly Daly states, this is not beneficial for our town. Proposal for a 685% increase in Burlingame's campaign contribution limit by individuals from 719. Please do what is best for our local community and keep our elections more inclusive for our residents. Remember, these are our elections, meaning your constituents' elections. Constance Quirk states that the amount of money raised and spent by local political candidates can vary dramatically, and this will be very evident in the next local election in Burlingame. Previously, the campaign limit for an individual is a maximum of 720. The Burlingame City Council recently raised the limit for local campaign contributions to a whopping $4,900 per donor. Those who voted in favor of raising the limits are Councilmember Colson, Mayor O'Brien, and Vice Mayor Ortiz. Limits amplify the voice of smaller donors and level the playing field for candidates who may not have wealthy donors backing them. There should be a variety of community candidates, such as people who have volunteered and worked for our community, but aren't always independently wealthy or have wealthy friends. It's disappointing that the above council members chose a different path. Jim Briggs states, regarding the raising campaign contributions, as suggested by the state, I believe we should leave the 2007 rule in place. Burlingame cannot afford to keep having the state getting involved with our city. Look at what is happening with SB 9. Jim Brogan writes, the idea behind district elections is to give a greater representation and voice to certain areas of the city whose interests may be underrepresented. By raising the contribution limits, you are giving certain more affluent sources greater influence rather than leveling the playing field for all citizens in that district. Kim Covisto and John Gear state, we would urge you to consider voting against an increase in the campaign contribution limits for city council elections. We hope that elected officials would have broad support within the community when running for council positions and not be swayed by big donors. We ask that you vote against increasing contribution limits. Elisa states, raising the limit will make it harder for candidates who are not wealthy to have a voice in Burlingame politics. It increases the power of special interest groups with money. There are too many council members with relationships to developers already. Sandra Lang states, the proposed limits as currently proposed are in a word counterintuitive, especially for a smaller city. How would it help genuine candidates to serve their city? How could they begin to compete against larger contributors to serve all the people of Burlingame? The previous limits provide a more level playing field. I do not support higher limits. Jim Tashetta states, I am strongly opposed to raising campaign contribution limits. While I understand that the intent is to help those with limited means to run a campaign, I think raising the contribution limit will open up the possibility for our elected officials to be unduly influenced by contributors. While some individuals may have every intention of contributing to the candidate that they think will do the best job of representing the people, others may use this as a mechanism for influencing the candidates to serve their own personal interests. Sadly, this is much of the problem we face in Washington today. I know that a contribution of $4,900 does not seem like it may have a lot of influence. There is a strong possibility that individuals/organizations can group together under a common cause and buy influence. As an example, 10 of the largest developers/landlords in the area might decide to get together and donate to specific candidates who are sympathetic to their needs. They could each put up $15,000 and fund 3 candidates. A combined donation of $50,000 could go a long way in influencing what an elected official might be willing to do as a way of paying back the contribution. This is also likely to lead to an escalation of spending on campaigns. Let's leave our system as is. If worthy candidates need more assistance in running a campaign in Burlingame, let's hope they can get support from people who truly think they are worthy and who are willing to pitch in to help put up signs, talk to neighbors, and post positive support. Carrie Bittner writes in, I'm writing you to express my opposition to the proposed increase to campaign finance contributions in Burlingame. I feel strongly that we do not need to bring more money into our local politics. The current contribution limit should be sufficient for any candidate to raise enough funds to run a small local campaign here in Burlingame. An increased limit would give an unfair advantage to candidates with connections to wealthier residents, non-residents, and corporate interests versus everyday citizen. If oversight is difficult for the current city staff, I believe you should be able to find another solution other than this one. Kirby Altman writes in, members of council, my name is Kirby Altman and I've lived on Cypress Ave for 26 years. I'm against raising the campaign contribution limits because the current limit will make it more difficult for outside interest to influence events in Burlingame, possibly to the detriment of residents. Also, a lower limit will force candidates to get out and go door to door rather than flooding the media with expensive ads. Furthermore, a larger limit of 3,000 per district candidates could disadvantage less well-financed candidates, which would defeat the purported purpose or purported reason for district elections. Finally, a limit of 720 per district would be a citywide limit of 3,600 if we were still doing at-large elections. Andrea writes in, I would like to be on record as vehemently opposing the campaign contribution limits by such an exorbitant amount. Ridiculous. Elections should not just be for the rich. Laura Summers writes, I'm a long-term resident of Burlingame. I want to voice my opinion that the contribution threshold for campaign funding should not be raised. This will create an unfair playing field and possibly restrict those who can't raise large funds to run for office. And lastly, Sandra Osumi writes in, raising the campaign contributions cap ensures unfair opportunities for all Burlingame residents to be heard. Everyone should have equal access to have their voices be heard, not by how much money they can put forth toward a candidate. I ask that you vote no in raising the campaign donation limit.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you.
You did that quickly. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak before I close? Okay. Oops. Russ Cohen, you've already spoken. I can only have people speak once. All right, I'm going to go back to my panelists, to my colleagues, and I will start with Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a while since we've had so much interest in an item on the agenda, maybe ice skating. again, the people have spoken, and I think that we have to pay attention. That it's been an overwhelming response. The issue I've always had, and I have been on the fence on this issue, the issue I've always had is the enforcement. But I think it's clearly, we've been told by the members of the public that campaign limits are important, and we should find a way to help the city clerk with the enforcement portion of it, and figure out how to make it work. I don't know if we could just move to table this for a few months, or just put the vote out and see what happens. But I'm in favor of tabling this, looking for options, but I'm crystal clear that we need to keep our limits, or I would actually consider reducing them with the district elections. If we're going to go to the trouble of enforcing them, then I would even consider reducing the current limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ortiz. I just have a quick question for the city attorney before I call on Councilmember Coulson. So former Mayor Kathy Baylock mentioned, and I was on the council in 2007 when we passed our campaign limits, but there was a question of whether or not it actually is enforced. So I didn't understand that.
What I heard, Madam Mayor, was that the advice that was given is that the campaign limits at the time may not have been enforceable. And I'm not, I don't have any insight on that. I certainly don't understand what the, what background was for the advice that was given. But as to our current, or what we currently have on the books, I think that they are enforceable. And I
want to clarify, because I have something that's not enforceable. So I just wanted to double check that before we go further in our discussions here. Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification there. Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just really do want to thank Assemblymember Mullen for taking time out of his evening. It's not like he doesn't have a million other things to do to attend this. And I appreciate that he's open to having a conversation. I think the three people on this council who were open to the staff report and the work around city clerk, I try to support my staff, here. They have a lot of things going on. And we have had, this is the third meeting. The first meeting, no one showed up. The second meeting, one person showed up. So I do appreciate that, we're hearing back from our council, our colleagues and our residents. So two things on that. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for making the suggestion that whenever we have a split vote, we put that back on the agenda in a way that can be discussed again more thoroughly, because it does allow the opportunity for the public to make comments and help us evaluate, what we're hearing. And I think, as Vice Mayor Ortiz pointed out, we're hearing it loud and clear. I'm very excited that the Assemblyman is open to talking about how maybe we can wrap some of this enforcement and take out the sort of conflict that exists with the city clerk having to oversight her own council members who she sort of ultimately ends up reporting to. And then also maybe even consider that that you can hear the vehement reaction from a small city like ours about a 4,700. And I know when you have 0 and go to 47, that seems like a big reduction, but possibly, stratifying this by cities. I mean, you guys tell us RENA numbers, we get a lot of data from the state. Maybe there's a way to even consider putting into the bill a stratification of, sizes. Maybe 4,700 or 4,900 is appropriate for a city like Los Angeles or San Jose, but maybe something like 500 or 1,000 for a city under, say, 30,000 people like us. That would be very, very helpful. So I'm very appreciative that he's open to understanding, some of the issues that, and really understanding why, certain people on the council were having a hard time thinking about this and balancing both the staff and the transparency issues with the the need for good limits, which I don't think any of us ever really thought were good at 4,700 or 4,900. I don't think there was any ever discussion about that. This was never a, hey, let's raise limits to 4,900. So that said, I think this has been a very productive conversation. I think we're hearing very loud and clear that people want campaign limits. And in fact, in talking to a number of people, I think that, there's even been a suggestion that Megan has already talked to us about wanting to come up with a more round number, which helps on reporting. And if you think about that, if it was $700 to run, roughly $700 to run a citywide campaign, that probably costs $25,000 or $30,000 at the most to run. A district campaign should cost $5,000 or $6,000. And if that's the case, we may want to consider dropping that level down. It may not want to be 20%. 20% would be around $150 campaign limit, but maybe it's $250 to $300 or something in that range. And for district elections, which I think would be more in line with the smaller appeal that you have to make. And then possibly, I don't really understand why corporations or businesses get a bigger advantage than an individual. So I would actually be in favor of taking both the individual and the corporation to the same number, which makes it even easier for verification purposes. She doesn't have to check, is this really a corporation? Or, and the other problem is you get one person who owns 4 corporations and they send you 4 checks. And then if you're a good person, like I think most of us are, we send them back and say, this isn't really, it's probably legal, but not within the, the spirit of the law. So I think that would solve that problem too. Just, reduce it and make it applicable to both. So I would be open to both of those discussions, either tonight or at a later date. Because I do think people have spoken and I'm very much listening and I think this would be more fair. I also personally am open to voluntary expenditure limits because I think what I also heard today was people, even with our limits of $1,000, people were still raising, my campaign got to $50,000 and I told people to stop sending me money. I just didn't need it, and so you can see how quickly these accounts can get big. And then frankly, you can roll it over to the next election that benefits an incumbent versus, a person who's new and trying to fundraise. So there's a lot of complications around this. And to make it fair and equitable, I think, setting some sort of voluntary expenditure limit with an incentive might be something we also want to consider. So with that, I again will thank the Assemblyman and look forward to maybe having conversations offline with his office.
Thank you, Councilmember Colson. I just want to make a couple comments. So I appreciate the fact that Assemblymember Mullen was here this evening and open to working with us and potentially maybe fine-tuning the legislation. I think as Councilmember Colson mentioned and Vice Mayor Ortiz, it was the enforcement component that we were looking at and also, listening to our staff. And I do believe, our city clerk does a phenomenal job with elections and making sure, our paperwork is done correctly. We are fortunate and very lucky to have her. But I do sympathize that she is in an awkward position. And I do believe in, transparency and neutrality. And so when we were kind of discussing, the state legislation, it was like, okay, this is an opportunity then to have, FPPC be looking at it rather than our city clerk that is eventually kind of accountable to future council members. And so I'd rather kind of take that out of the equation. So knowing that Assemblymember, Mullen is willing, to look at this and work with us, I actually then, I've been fine with our campaign limits since 2007. I don't have a problem with that. I actually think, the suggestion of, Vice Mayor Ortiz, because we're doing district elections, you really don't need as much money to spend on an election. So I would be open to decreasing our limits and have individual and business the same. I also brought up in our last conversation that I would be open to voluntary expenditure limits, because you can follow these rules to a T, but you may still, raise $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, which is still a lot of money, especially for an incumbent, to be spending on an election. And so I think, that is worthwhile kind of incorporating that into our guidelines. I also kind of want to mention something that, Mike Dunham said, and he said that, voters, may not have the time or don't want to be looking at our financials. I actually think it's a voter's responsibility to look at these. If you really want to know your candidates, both through debates, the precinct walking, listening to issues, I think, that's one thing that I commend our city clerk in posting those 460s on our website, so people can actually look at it and really see, what people are raising. Like I said, you can still have a person that raises $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. And I'd say many of the community members would say that's way too much money. Now, to me, it's more about the expenditure, not necessarily how much you raise. So I do think for voters and, our community members, it is a wise thing for you to look at these 460s. And I strongly encourage you to look at them. So I think this is a different conversation than, what we had before, because for some of us, the focus was more on enforcement, not necessarily the limits. And like I said earlier, I appreciate all the emails I received, today, and I respect, the positions people have taken. And I'm glad we've had this opportunity to really kind of discuss this whole ordinance, because it wasn't just campaign limits. There was also an enforcement component to it that many of our community members didn't understand. So to recap, I would be open to voluntary expenditure for, candidates and who run for office, that they announce that, and that it's put somewhere on the website so our constituents can see it. Secondly, encourage people to look at the 460s, and I am open to a discussion actually to decreasing the limits because we are going to district elections. It's quite different running an election for the population of 30,000 and then breaking those districts to 5,000. You don't need as much money. The other thing to remember, and I don't know if this is something legislation futuristically, anyone that donates $99 or under we do not have to put that on the forms. I actually think all contributions need to be on those forms, because you can easily get thousands of dollars of people putting $99 in, but our constituents don't know that. So that's another thing that we may want to look at, futuristically. So I will stop and I will have Council Brownrigg make his comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Martin Luther King famously said, "It's never too late to do the right thing." So I commend council for listening, and I'm glad with where we're turning out. I also have a great deal of faith in our city clerk, as I do with local officials nationwide. This last election was saved by local officials calling it like they see it and not relying on state or national authorities to tell them what to do. I have spent time with our city clerk in front of the public cameras and behind closed doors, and I can tell you she's no one to mess with. And I want to make her life easier. So she asked us in the very first memo on August 16th, she didn't say we want to do 571. She said you can do 571, or you can amend the ordinance to make it a little bit easier to administer. I would suggest that we continue this conversation. I'm not going to opine on each of them, although I agree with Councilman Colson's idea that individuals and organizations should be treated equally. I definitely think it's simple to come up with a round dollar figure to make Megan's life easier in terms of increases. And I look forward to this conversation about what the right limit should be in the context of district elections. So I'm delighted with where we're coming out. I'm going to finish with this. I have to say I have goosebumps tonight to the 25 people who may still be in the audience, to the 45 or 50 who were here earlier. You made the difference. You came, you spoke, you were heard, and your elected officials listened to you. And you may lose faith. We all may lose faith at the national level and even at the state level sometimes, but here at the local level, democracy still works. And I just want to thank all of you for speaking up. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo everything Councilmember Brownrigg just said. I appreciate colleagues' suggestions for how we can not vote on the second part of this ordinance. And I would be delighted, or if somebody else wants to make a future agenda item where we can propose bringing back this ordinance with those amendments that everybody suggested tonight, I think would be a great idea. And I just wanted to personally thank the public for coming out and engaging on this most important issue. And I'm really proud of our city council, and I'm proud of our residents. Thank you.
So to our city clerk, I think you've been given a lot of direction this evening. And so maybe we can come back in what is, a reasonable time frame to kind of look at those suggestions and see what we can put together. I also would like to set up a follow-up meeting with Assemblymember Mullen, you as our city clerk, and our city manager and myself as mayor, to also talk with him and get some feedback.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sorry, I was. It's on me. Yes, that sounds great.
Very good. Okay, so on that note, we're not necessarily making the decision right now on repealing this. We want to come up with something new, incorporating the ideas that have been discussed here this evening, and then make this decision at a later date. Am I encapsulating that correctly? Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone, for waiting. I know this has been a long evening, especially for those that were also in our conversation on districting at 5, that started at 5:30 this evening. Now, back to our agenda. Any council committee and activities reports? Nope. Okay. Any future agenda items?
Bringing back this ordinance soon so that we get this ironed out before the 22 election, Madam Mayor.
Yes, which I mentioned that I did want it in the near future. All right, so any acknowledgements? All right, so before we close, I do want to again thank our city clerk for all the work that she has done, both with the campaign legislation and also with the districts for our elections for 2022. I know I have talked to her frequently the last couple of months, and you have put in a ton of hours in being transparent, doing a lot of outreach, and trying to educate the community as much as possible and getting their input. So I thank you again, and also on behalf of all my colleagues, for all your hard and dedicated work.
Thank you, Council. That's very nice.
So on that note, everyone have a wonderful evening, rest of the evening. And our next council meeting is on the 15th of November at 7 o'clock. And we will see you then. Have a good one.